Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. My house sits farther back on the lot than most other houses on the street. When people visit for the first time, they always comment on how odd the layout is. The sidewalk doesn't lead to the door like most homes. Instead, it runs alongside the house, tracing the full length of the living room before it finally ends at the small front porch. The porch itself is nothing special, just a plain square of concrete with a railing on one side, barely enough room for two people to stand comfortably. The front door opens straight into the living room, which is lined with these huge windows that stretch nearly floor to ceiling. They don't open, just big panes of glass set in old wooden frames. In the daytime, the windows are great. They let in so much light that I rarely need to switch on the lamps. But at night, with no curtains or blinds, they turn into black mirrors. From inside, you see nothing but your own reflection and whatever the house lights catch. From outside, though, I imagine you can see everything. Every move you make, clear as day. That week, my family was gone. They'd gone on vacation. My parents, my younger brother, and my sister. I had stayed behind, partly because of work, but mostly because I was looking forward to the quiet. I told myself it would be nice, having the place to myself, no one nagging me, no one asking for rides or hogging the TV. I had big plans to relax, drink a little too much, and maybe finally catch up on the shows I kept meaning to watch. The first couple nights were fine. The house was quiet, maybe too quiet, but I didn't mind it. I kept the TV on a little louder than usual and left some lights on longer than I normally would, just to fill the space. That night, I decided I'd go a little heavier on the drinking. Nothing crazy, just enough to enjoy the buzz and let myself fall asleep easy. I started in the early evening, maybe around 7. I remember flipping through the channels, settling on some dumb reality show that I didn't care about, and just drinking while stretched out on the couch. That couch sat right under those big windows, practically inviting whatever might be outside to take a good long look at me. At the time, I didn't care. I felt safe inside, with the doors locked and the porch light on. By 9 o'clock, I was smashed. Not falling down drunk, but enough that the room felt warm and soft around the edges. I didn't have it in me to make it to my bedroom at the back of the house, so I let myself drift off right there on the couch, under those giant dark windows. It must have been hours later when I woke up. No sound woke me, no nightmare. I just snapped awake, like my body knew something wasn't right. The first thing I noticed was the cold. The kind of cold that doesn't come from the air in the room, but from deep inside, like my bones were frozen solid. My skin was covered in goosebumps, and I felt a chill run down my spine. The TV was still on, but the volume was low, and the soft glow from the screen barely lit the room. Everything felt wrong. I didn't know why at first. I stayed perfectly still, trying to listen, trying to figure out what had woken me. That's when I heard it. The banging. It came from right above me. Hard, sharp thuds against the window. The kind of pounding that rattles the glass in its frame. My heart started racing. I didn't move, not at first. I kept my eyes closed for a second, hoping maybe I'd imagined it. But then it came again, 3-4 loud hits in quick succession. I opened my eyes just enough to look up. There, standing right outside the window, was a figure. I couldn't see details, just the shape of a person, their hands pressed to the glass as they pounded on it. The porch light wasn't on anymore, and without it, the figure was just a dark outline against the blackness beyond. I wanted to move, to run, but I felt paralyzed. All I could do was glance over at the cable box. The time read 3:12 a.m. The pounding kept going, steady and deliberate. Whoever it was, they weren't trying to break the glass. They were just pounding, letting me know they were there. I don't know how long I lay there like that, too scared to even breathe loud. Maybe a minute, maybe 5. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the banging stopped. The figure didn't move. They just stood there. I kept my eyes on the window, waiting, hoping they'd leave. But then, from the other side of the room, came more banging, this time on the front door. My blood ran cold. Now there were two, one at the window, one at the door. Both pounding, not in sync, just random, jarring hits that filled the house with sound. The door shook on its hinges. The window trembled with each hit. I thought about my phone, but it was across the room on the coffee table. There was no way I could reach it without being seen by the figure at the window. I felt trapped. Every instinct told me to stay still, stay low. Don't give them any reason to smash their way inside. I focused on my breathing, trying to stay quiet, trying not to let the panic take over. The pounding kept going. Minutes passed. 10, 15, 20. It felt endless. Every so often, one of them would stop for a few seconds, and I'd think it was over. But then it would start again, louder, angrier. The front door shook so hard I thought the frame would crack. The window shuddered with each hit. I could hear the wood creak, the glass vibrate. My heart felt like it was going to give out from fear. After what felt like forever, maybe 40 minutes, the banging stopped. Just like that. No footsteps, no running away. Just silence. The kind of silence that's louder than noise. I didn't move. I didn't dare. I lay there, every muscle tense, ears straining for any sound. I don't know how long I stayed like that. Maybe another hour. Maybe longer. I waited for the first sign of dawn, for the light to seep through those windows and wash away the night. Only then, when the sky turned gray and the shapes outside became just trees and bushes again, did I finally sit up. My body ached from lying so still. My head throbbed from the fear and the booze. I stumbled over to the door, heart pounding in my chest, and peeked out through the peephole. Nothing. Just the empty porch, the sidewalk, the quiet street beyond. When I finally worked up the nerve, I opened the door and stepped outside. The air was cold, crisp. My eyes scanned the yard, the sidewalk, the edge of the lot where the trees started. Nothing. No sign that anyone had been there. No footprints, no marks on the door. I checked the windows, expecting to see smudges where the figure's hands had been, but there was nothing. Just clean glass reflecting the pale morning light. I felt sick, like I'd imagined it all, but I knew I hadn't. I could still hear the sound of the pounding in my ears, feel the vibration of it in my bones. I went back inside, locked the door, and called a friend. I didn't care how stupid I sounded. I just needed someone else in the house. Someone else to hear the noises if they came back. When I told him what had happened, he laughed it off at first, but when I asked him to come stay, he hesitated. I could hear the unease in his voice. In the end, he said no. Said he didn't want to end up a victim too. I didn't blame him. I spent the rest of the week on edge. I barely slept, kept the lights on all night, jumped at every little sound. And they didn't come back. Not that week. Not ever. But the memory stayed. The sound of those fists on glass and wood. The shape of that figure in the window. The helplessness I felt lying there, too scared to move. It changed the way I felt about that house. About being alone. Even now, years later, I don't sit on that couch at night. I don't leave the porch light off. And I always make sure the blinds are drawn tight as soon as the sun goes down. I woke up suddenly, my heart beating a little faster than it should. The room was dark, so dark I couldn't see my own hand in front of my face. For a few seconds, I just lay there, my body stiff and tense, like my mind was trying to figure out why I had woken up at all. I turned my head slightly, feeling the familiar soft crunch of my pillow under my ear. My eyes went straight to the red glow of the digital clock on my nightstand. 3:34 a.m. The numbers seemed brighter than usual in the darkness, almost like they were staring back at me. At first, everything was quiet. I could hear the faint buzz of the electronics in my room, the computer's power supply, the soft hum of the small fan on my desk. But then, underneath it, something else. A noise. A kind of rattling sound, faint but steady, coming from somewhere downstairs. It didn't sound like the house settling. It wasn't the usual creaks or groans I'd gotten used to over the years. This was different. A purposeful sound. Like someone was moving something. Metal against metal, maybe, or something scraping lightly against the floor. I froze in bed, not daring to move at first. I listened harder, straining my ears in the dark, holding my breath so the sound of my own breathing wouldn't drown it out. The noise came again. A slow, careful kind of rattling. My skin felt cold, my arms covered in goosebumps. I slowly pushed the blanket off and swung my legs over the edge of the bed, feeling the carpet under my feet. I stood up as quietly as I could, trying not to make a sound. Every tiny creak of the floor felt loud, like it could give me away. I opened my bedroom door gently, inch by inch, until it was wide enough for me to slip out. I tiptoed down the hall to my parents' room. I felt relief before I even reached the door. Whatever was going on downstairs, it had to be them. Maybe they couldn't sleep either. Maybe they were just getting something to eat or drink. But when I pushed their door open, I stopped short. The room was empty. The bed was made, covers still neatly pulled up, like no one had slept in it at all that night. My heart started to pound harder. Where were they? At this hour? I shut the door gently and moved toward my brother's room. His door was open, and I could see the light was on inside. He always stayed up late, playing games or watching videos, so it made sense. Maybe he'd heard the noise too. I stepped inside, expecting to see him at his desk or sitting on the bed, but the room was empty. The chair was pushed in, the monitor dark, like he hadn't been there for a while. I stood there for a few seconds, confused. Then I thought maybe whatever was going on downstairs, it was my family. Maybe something had happened, like bad news, and they were all up dealing with it. My mind raced. Had someone died? Had there been a phone call? It was the only thing that made sense. I made my way down the stairs, still trying to stay quiet. The rattling had stopped, but now I heard soft voices, low and muffled. I rounded the corner into the living room and froze. Two men stood there, right in the middle of the room. One of them had his hands on our TV, while the other looked like he was about to unplug it. Both were dressed in dark clothes, hoodies pulled up over their heads. They hadn't seen me yet. My body felt like it had turned to stone. For a few seconds, I just stood there, staring, my mind refusing to believe what I was seeing. Then panic hit me hard. I turned around and ran, as quietly and quickly as I could, back up the stairs. My legs felt weak, my breath coming in short, fast gasps. I made it to my room, shut the door, and locked it, my fingers shaking as they turned the little knob on the handle. I backed away from the door, trying to be silent, trying to think. But before I could do anything else, I heard it. Banging. Heavy, loud banging on the door. My heart felt like it would burst out of my chest. I stood there, frozen again, every muscle tensed, waiting for the door to break open. And then I woke up. The relief was instant and overwhelming. I lay there, staring up at the dark ceiling, my body drenched in sweat, but so grateful it was just a dream. I felt the mattress under me, real and solid. I took a deep breath, trying to calm down. My eyes went to the clock, and that's when I felt my stomach drop. 3:34 a.m. Again, same time, same glowing red numbers. I stared at them, my skin crawling. My heart had started pounding again, harder than before. It was just a dream, I told myself. Just a stupid dream. But I couldn't shake the feeling. The fear was still there, just as sharp as before. I tried to reason with myself. The best way to get rid of this fear was to prove to myself that everything was fine. Go downstairs, see for yourself. Nothing's there. The house is empty except for your family, all asleep. So I got up, legs shaky, my mouth dry. I opened my door again and crept down the stairs. Each step felt like it echoed in the quiet house. When I reached the bottom, I turned toward the kitchen and felt my whole body go cold. There they were, two men. This time they weren't stealing anything. They were in the kitchen, shouting at my parents and my brother. My parents looked terrified. My brother stood frozen. The whole scene was chaos. The men's voices were loud, angry. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but it didn't matter. I knew I shouldn't be there. I turned and ran back up the stairs, 2 steps at a time, heart hammering in my chest. I got to my room, shut the door, locked it again. 10 seconds later, I heard the banging. Just like before. The loud, desperate banging, like they were going to tear the door right off its hinges. And then I woke up. Again. This time, I felt different. My whole body ached with exhaustion. My heart was still racing, but my head felt foggy, like I hadn't really slept at all. I turned my head slowly, almost afraid to look. The clock glowed at me. 3:34 a.m. I stared at it for what felt like forever. My breathing was shallow, my skin cold. I knew I was really awake this time. I could feel the difference. The room was real. The weight of the blanket on me was real. The distant sound of a car passing on the road outside was real. But I couldn't sleep after that. I lay there for hours, too scared to close my eyes again, afraid of what I'd see if I did. The images from the dreams kept replaying in my head. The men, the banging, the fear. Every sound in the house made me jump. The creak of the walls, the sigh of the wind outside, even the soft hum of my computer, all of it set my nerves on edge. I watched the minutes tick by on the clock. 4 o'clock, 4:30. 5 o'clock. The sky outside started to lighten, but I still couldn't bring myself to move. My body felt drained, like I'd run a marathon. My eyes burned with tiredness, but I couldn't let myself drift off. Every time my eyelids started to close, I'd snap them open again, heart racing. When morning came, the house was quiet and still. My parents' door was closed. My brother's room was dark. Everything looked normal. No sign of anything wrong. No sign of anyone ever having been there in the night. I finally got up, moving like I was in a daze. I went downstairs, half expecting to see something, anything, to explain what had happened. But the house was the same as always. The TV was where it should be. The kitchen was untouched. Nothing out of place. But the feeling didn't go away. That heavy, lingering fear stayed with me the whole day, and even longer. I didn't sleep the next night either, or the night after that. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt like I'd fall back into that loop, trapped in the nightmare again, unable to tell what was real and what wasn't. I kept seeing those men, hearing that banging, over and over, as if my mind wouldn't let it go. Days passed before I finally managed to sleep properly again. But even now, all these years later, every time I see 3:34 a.m. on a clock, I feel that same chill run down my spine. I lie there in the dark, wide awake, listening to every sound the house makes, waiting. Just waiting, in case the dream ever decides to become real. It was about 2 years ago, maybe a little more, but I remember that night so clearly, like it's burned into my mind. I had gone to this big family reunion that was about 2 hours away from where I lived at the time. Everyone had told me to stay the night, said it wasn't worth driving back so late, but I didn't listen. I had worked the next day, early morning, and I thought it would be fine. I had done long drives before, even late at night, and it never seemed like a big deal. The reunion had been fun. Everyone was in good spirits, lots of food, laughing, stories I'd heard 100 times but laughed at anyway. It was one of those nights where the air feels heavy, but in a good way, full of people you care about. But as it got late, I kept checking my watch, feeling that nagging reminder in the back of my head that I'd have to get up early. So I said my goodbyes, got in my car, and started the long drive home. The roads out there were the kind you see in movies, the kind that are lined with thick bushes and tall trees that block out most of the moonlight. I remember how my headlights barely seemed to cut through the darkness, how the edges of the road seemed to disappear into black. I was about 45 minutes into the drive, maybe closer to an hour, when it hit me. That wave of tiredness. You know how sometimes it just hits you all of a sudden, like someone flipped a switch? 1 minute you're fine, the next your eyelids feel like they weigh 100 pounds, and you can't keep your head from nodding. That's exactly what happened. I went from focused and alert to fighting to keep my eyes open. I tried everything I could think of, rolling down the window to get some cold air on my face, turning up the radio, shifting around in my seat. Nothing helped. I felt my body getting heavier and heavier. The worst part was there weren't any places to stop. No rest areas, no gas stations, not even a wide shoulder where I felt safe enough to pull over. Just endless road and endless trees pressing in on either side. The few cars I did see passed by every couple of minutes, their headlights cutting through the night before disappearing again, leaving me in that dark tunnel of trees. I knew I couldn't keep driving. I could feel my head starting to dip, my vision blurring at the edges. I kept imagining myself drifting off and waking up only after I'd wrapped the car around a tree. I started scanning the sides of the road for any spot, anywhere I could pull off and rest, just for a little while. That's when I saw a break in the bushes, a little patch of grass just wide enough to fit my car if I edged it off the road carefully. It wasn't much, but it was hidden enough that I figured passing cars wouldn't notice me right away. I slowed down, pulled off as best I could, and turned off the engine. I remember checking the time, 11:22 p.m. I told myself I'd just close my eyes for a few minutes, enough to feel human again, and then get back on the road. The car was warm, and the quiet out there was thick, like a blanket. I let my head fall back against the seat, closed my eyes, and was out almost immediately. I don't know how long I'd been asleep before the sound woke me. It was this light scratching, like something brushing against the side of the car. I blinked groggy, trying to remember where I was. The clock on the dashboard glowed back at me, 11:50. The sound stopped almost as soon as I noticed it. I sat there for a second, heart pounding a little from the surprise, but the exhaustion was still heavy, pulling at me. I told myself it was probably an animal, a raccoon or something curious, and let my eyes close again. The forest was full of animals, I thought, nothing to worry about. But sleep didn't come as easily this time. I lay there with my ears straining in the dark, listening for the sound again. Nothing. Just the ticking of the cooling engine and the faint rustle of the trees in the breeze. After a few minutes, I drifted off again, the tiredness too much to fight. The next time the sound woke me, it was louder, clearer. That same scratching, but steadier, like whatever it was hadn't left. I snapped awake, my heart racing faster this time. I glanced at the clock, 12:40. Almost an hour had passed. The sound didn't stop like before. It kept going, slow and deliberate, moving along the side of the car. My mind tried to come up with explanations. Maybe it really was just an animal that had come back. But why would it return after so long? And why did it sound like it was purposefully testing the car, like it was trying to find a way in? I stared into the rearview mirror, trying to see what was out there. At first, all I saw was blackness. Then, just as I was about to give up, I caught a glimpse of movement, something pulling back into the trees. It moved fast, too fast for me to make out what it was. My heart felt like it stopped. I froze, gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles went white. Every horror story I'd ever heard came flooding into my mind, especially that old tale about the hook-handed killer who scratched at people's cars before attacking them. I tried to shake it off, tried to be logical, but the fear was there now, sitting heavy in my chest. I started the car, the sound of the engine breaking the stillness of the night. My hands were shaking as I shifted into drive. I pulled back onto the road, headlights cutting through the dark again, trying to put as much distance between me and whatever had been out there. I felt like I was holding my breath the whole time, eyes flicking to the mirrors, half expecting to see something chasing after me. I hadn't gone far, maybe 100 yards, maybe a little more, when I came around a bend in the road. That's when I saw it. A car parked off to the side, just like mine had been. The driver's side door was open, hanging there like someone had just gotten out. I slowed down, my heart pounding all over again. The inside of the car was dark. I couldn't see anyone in there. I remember thinking that maybe they had car trouble, or maybe they'd done the same thing as me and stopped to rest. But something felt off. The door being open like that, no sign of anyone around. It sent a chill down my spine. I kept rolling forward slowly, eyes scanning the shadows, trying to figure out what was going on. I glanced in my rearview mirror again, and that's when I saw him. A man, coming around the bend I had just passed. He was running full speed, arms pumping, legs moving like he was desperate to catch up. His face was twisted in anger, or maybe fear. I couldn't tell in the brief glimpse I got. He was yelling, loud enough that I could hear him through the closed windows. I couldn't make out every word, but I caught enough. He was shouting for me to stop, to get out of the car. He sounded angry, but also desperate, like he needed something from me. I didn't stop. I didn't even think about it. Something deep in my gut told me to go, to get out of there as fast as I could. I hit the gas, heart pounding, hands tight on the wheel. The car shot forward, the trees whipping by on either side. I didn't look back again. I didn't want to see if he was still chasing me, didn't want to know how close he was. I drove for miles before I let myself slow down. The road eventually led to a small town, and I found a gas station that was still open. I pulled in, parked under the bright lights, and just sat there for a while, trying to calm down. My hands were still shaking, my heart still racing. I kept looking around, half expecting to see that man come running out of the darkness. But he never did. After a while, I felt steady enough to get back on the road. The rest of the drive was a blur. I kept glancing in the mirrors, kept watching the sides of the road, but I didn't see anything else. I made it home just as the first light of dawn started to break over the horizon. I sat in the driveway for a long time before I went inside, trying to make sense of what had happened. I don't know who that man was. I don't know what he wanted, or what he was doing out there in the middle of the night on that empty road. Maybe he needed help. Maybe he was in trouble. But the way he came running at me, the way he shouted for me to get out of the car, it didn't feel right. It felt wrong in a way I can't fully explain, like some deep part of me recognized danger and told me to run. And I'm glad I listened. I think about that night sometimes, about what might have happened if I'd stopped, if I'd gotten out of the car. And every time, I feel a cold chill run down my spine. Since then, I never stop on the side of the road at night, unless I absolutely have to. I don't care how tired I am. I'd rather drive to the next town, even if it takes hours. Because the truth is, you don't know who or what is out there. And sometimes it's better not to find out. We had been in country long enough that the rhythm of these night missions felt almost routine. Every mission felt the same. The hum of the helicopter as it dropped us off, the cool night air filling our lungs, the weight of our gear pulling at our shoulders, and the sound of boots moving over dirt, rock, and grass. It became a pattern: move fast, stay quiet, watch everything, trust no one. Kosovo at night could feel endless, and there was always the sense that something somewhere could go wrong in a heartbeat. But that night was different. That night has stayed with me in a way none of the others ever did. We'd been tasked with recon, simple enough. Identify whether enemy mortar rounds and mines were being moved through a particular area. Get in, confirm what we could, and get out before the sun touched the horizon. We'd done this before, and the terrain, at least on paper, didn't pose any problems. There was a good moon overhead, casting a pale silver light across the fields and hills. The kind of night that made our jobs easier because we could move faster without relying so much on night vision. There was always a gamble with moonlight, though. If we could see better, so could anyone else. That mission started like any other. The chopper set us down on a patch of high ground, and we quickly oriented ourselves. We moved in tight formation at first, our boots muffled against the soft earth. I took up rear security, like I often did, with Elle just ahead of me. He and I worked well together. We didn't need to speak. We just knew. We moved fast, and we moved clean. The first 10 kilometers passed without incident. We crossed through a mix of rocky ground, low shrubs, and patches of open space where we stayed low and quick. Every so often, we'd pause to listen, to scan. The only sounds were the wind moving through the grass and the occasional night bird calling out. No movement. No sign of enemy activity. Our radios stayed silent except for the check-ins and location updates. As we hit that 10-kilometer mark, we stopped to regroup. We counted heads, checked supplies, made sure nobody had rolled an ankle or dropped gear. The new guys were quiet, probably worn out but trying not to show it. Elle gave me a nod, and we set off again, this time angling toward the extraction point on the far side of a hill that rose dark against the sky. Beyond that hill was the village, close, but not so close that we'd risk running into anyone unless we screwed up. I remember tightening my straps, adjusting the weight of my pack, and taking a breath before pushing off again. And then I heard it, a noise in the trees, maybe 50 meters off. A rustle, maybe branches shifting, maybe something stepping where it shouldn't be stepping. I froze, and when I looked, I saw Elle had frozen too. His head turned toward the sound. We were both listening hard, trying to pick it apart from the ordinary sounds of the night. The others kept moving ahead, unaware, their focus forward. The new guys weren't used to glancing back, weren't used to making sure rear security was still with them. We were getting left behind. The noise came again, soft, but there. Could have been a deer. Could have been anything. But out there, at that hour, with what we were doing, you didn't take chances. Elle and I started moving, using bounding overwatch. I'd move, he'd cover. He'd move, I'd cover. Each bound brought us closer to catching up with the team, but the noise kept pace with us. I told Elle, when we hit the next bound, to go on ahead and rejoin the team. I'd stay back and cover. I settled in behind a fallen log, my heart steady, but my senses sharp. I scanned, waiting, watching. The trees about 15 meters ahead shifted again. Something moved. I couldn't see what. And then it stopped. Everything went still. The wind, the trees, the night birds. Just silence. I waited, controlled my breathing, kept low, eyes scanning from left to right. The minutes stretched out, each one feeling longer than the last. Finally, I saw Elle and the others working their way back, circling to come up on either side of the spot where I'd seen movement. When they reached position, I moved up to close the gap. We searched the area. Nothing. No prints, no disturbed ground. No sign that anything had been there at all. The guys ribbed us about getting spooked, and we took it in stride. You had to laugh about it, otherwise it'd get into your head. We pushed on. I went back to my place at the rear, Elle just ahead of me again. This time, there was no noise as I stepped off. The night stretched on, and we covered another 2 kilometers before coming to an orchard that spread out before us. The moonlight was bright now, casting long shadows between the trees. The orchard wasn't dense. The trees were spaced wide enough apart that we could move between them and still have decent cover. We kept to the middle, using the trunks to shield us when we could. I hesitated just before I stepped into the orchard. The noise again, soft but distinct. And then something else. A sound I couldn't explain. A giggle. A child's giggle. Light, almost playful. It didn't fit. Not out there. Not at that hour. My gut clenched. I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't even imagining that. My brain had been primed for wildlife, maybe a straggler, maybe an enemy scout. But not that. Elle had already moved ahead, another 20 meters or so, and turned to check on me. I forced myself forward, moving from tree to tree, staying low. I took cover next to one of the trees, catching my breath, trying to steady myself. And that's when I saw it. The tree's bark was rough, knotted, scarred by years of weather. But in one of those knots, the pattern of the bark seemed to form a face. I squinted, trying to convince myself it was nothing. But then, the face became clearer. The features sharpened. A little girl's face, pale and smiling. She turned slightly, waved a small, almost shy wave, and giggled again. Then the image was gone. Just bark, just a tree. I felt ice in my veins. My rational mind screamed that I was overtired, that the moonlight and shadows had played a trick on me. But I knew what I'd seen. I didn't look back. I didn't hesitate. I moved. Fussed. I caught up to Elle, didn't say a word. We pushed on, cleared the orchard, made our way over the hill and down toward our extraction point. The rest of the night passed without incident. We hit our mark, the chopper came, and we left that place behind. For 2 weeks, I kept that to myself. I told no one. I convinced myself it was fatigue, stress, tricks of the light. I buried it. Then I got pulled to work security for a team of combat engineers. Their job that day was to find and mark a minefield that had been laid near a path kids from the local village used. Important work. Dangerous work. I stayed alert, kept watch, did what was needed. When they finished, when we'd gotten word to the villagers and watched the engineers begin the process of blowing the mines, I felt good. Like we'd done something that mattered. When I got back to base, I felt relief. I could finally take my boots off, clean my weapon, maybe get a few hours of uninterrupted sleep. The barracks was empty when I got there. I sat on my bunk, pulled off my boots, stretched out my legs. And then the door burst open. The guys were back, laughing loud, dumping their gear, reliving the mission. Elle wasn't laughing. He looked pale, angry. The others teased him about being jumpy, about not wanting to go back to that area again. I just sat there listening, heart sinking. I kept my mouth shut. Eventually, the noise settled, and we all tried to grab what sleep we could. A couple days later, Elle and I got assigned to work with some scouts. We moved through the terrain, kept the scouts in line, kept our eyes open. During a break, Elle sat next to me, quiet at first. Then he spoke, low so the others wouldn't hear. He asked what I'd seen that night. I shrugged it off, told him it was nothing, just my imagination. He looked at me, his eyes serious, and said he saw the same thing. A little girl. In a tree. The rest of the mission passed without either of us saying much more about it. We did our job. We watched. We listened. But both of us, I think, carried that same weight. Not because we thought we'd seen a ghost or anything like that, but because out there, in the middle of that night, in a place where we had no business seeing or hearing anything like that, we both did. And it didn't matter what it was. What mattered was that it had happened, and we couldn't explain it. We never did. We didn't need to. We just knew. After that, neither of us volunteered for missions that took us through that patch of land again. And if we had to, we moved fast, we kept our heads down, and we didn't look too closely at the trees. Kosovo kept its secrets, and we left them where they were. Growing up in that old house always felt normal to me. It wasn't a big, creepy mansion like you see in movies or anything like that. It was just an older home that had been in our family for a long time, the kind with creaky floors and narrow hallways that always seemed a little too dark, no matter how many lights you had on. The kind of house where you could always hear something, pipes clanking, wind rattling a window, the hum of appliances. It wasn't fancy, but it was home, and I didn't think twice about it most of the time. I lived there with my mom, my dad, and my little sister. My sister, she was always the more imaginative one between us. From the time she could talk, she was coming up with stories, singing little songs she made up, and most of all, talking to her imaginary friend. She called her E. I never thought much about it. I was a few years older, and I just figured it was something little kids did. She would sit in the corner of our room, playing Tea Party, or lining up her dolls and talking to E like she was sitting right there. Sometimes I'd walk in and find her talking quietly like she was telling secrets, or laughing at some joke only she and E understood. It was just part of life with a younger sibling. It went on until she was about 4, maybe a little older, and then like a switch, it stopped. No more tea parties for 2. No more quiet whispers. I didn't notice at first, but one day I realized the room was a little quieter. My sister had moved on to other things. School, friends, toys that didn't involve imaginary guests. Years went by, and we didn't talk about E. There wasn't any reason to. My sister and I got older, and while we still shared a room, we were in our own little worlds most of the time. She was into drawing and crafts, and I spent most of my time reading or out with friends. The house stayed the same, old, a bit worn around the edges, but familiar and comfortable. We got used to the creaks and groans of it. They were just background noise to us. Then came that night. I'll never forget it because it started out like any other. My mom got a call, and I could hear the tension in her voice from across the house. She had that tone she only got when it was about Grandpa. His health had been failing for a while, and every phone call felt like bad news waiting to happen. That night, it was the call. I didn't hear all of it, but I heard enough to know she needed to go. Hust. My dad grabbed his keys, and in minutes they were out the door, leaving my sister and me home alone. It wasn't unusual. We'd been left alone before, and we weren't little kids anymore. I was old enough to handle it. The house felt a bit emptier without them there, but I wasn't worried. I settled in at the far end of the house, probably watching TV or fiddling with something. I don't even remember now. My sister was back in our room doing whatever it was she liked to do, probably coloring or playing quietly. The night was still, the house quiet except for the usual background sounds. Then, out of nowhere, I heard the radio in our room click on. It wasn't loud at first, just that soft crackle as it powered up. I didn't think much of it until the volume went all the way up, blaring so loud it made me jump. And just as suddenly, it dropped all the way down, nearly silent, then up again. It went through this weird cycle 3 times, up, down, off, up, down, off. Each time it happened, I felt this uneasy feeling growing in my chest, like something wasn't right. At first, I thought my sister was messing around, maybe trying to scare me or just goofing off. So I got up, a bit annoyed, and walked down the hall to our room. I'll never forget what I saw when I walked in. My sister wasn't messing with the radio. She wasn't even near it. She was sitting on the edge of her bed, pale as I've ever seen her, eyes wide and fixed on the radio, like she couldn't believe what she was seeing. She wasn't crying or screaming, just frozen, like she didn't know what to do. I felt a wave of protectiveness and confusion wash over me at the same time. I walked over to the radio, ready to yank the plug out of the wall and tell her to knock it off. But there was no plug. The cord dangled uselessly behind it. And when I picked it up to check for batteries, the compartment was empty. That radio shouldn't have worked at all, let alone powered on and changed volume like that. It was the only radio in the house, one of those older, chunky models that needed either to be plugged in or have batteries. I turned it over in my hands a few times, like maybe I'd missed something, but it was dead as could be. No batteries, no plug, nothing. I looked back at my sister, and I could see she was shaking. It wasn't like her to be this scared over nothing. I tried to stay calm for her sake, even though my heart was pounding in my ears. The house felt different in that moment. The air felt heavier somehow, like the walls were pressing in just a little. I didn't want to admit it, but I was rattled too. I put the radio down and tried to brush it off. Maybe it had stored a charge somehow. Maybe there was some logical explanation, but deep down, I didn't believe it. I could tell my sister didn't either. She just sat there, her eyes darting around like she expected something else to happen. The rest of the night passed without any more incidents, but neither of us slept much. We stayed in the same bed, huddled under the blankets, even though it wasn't cold. Every little sound in the house seemed louder that night. The ticking of the clock, the settling of the wood, the rustle of leaves outside. We were both on edge, waiting for something else to happen. But it didn't. Morning came, and with it, my mom and dad, tired and sad from the night's events. My grandpa had passed. The timing of it all stuck with me. The radio going haywire right around the time my grandpa died. My sister's pale face, her fear. But I pushed it down, tried to move past it. I told myself there had to be an explanation. Maybe the radio had a short. Maybe my sister was playing a trick and got scared herself. I didn't want to think about it too much. A few days later, we went to the funeral. The house had been full of people coming and going, and the funeral home was no different. Aunts, uncles, cousins, people I barely knew. Everyone offering kind words, sharing memories. It was overwhelming. I mostly stayed close to my sister and tried to be there for her. After the service, we were standing around when a relative, I don't even remember who now, came up to us with an old photo they'd found while going through some things. It was a black and white picture, faded at the edges, of my grandparents on their wedding day. I looked at it, not thinking much at first, just another old photo. But my sister's face changed the second she saw it. Her eyes got wide again, and she pointed at the woman in the picture, saying in this small voice, "That's EE." I felt my stomach drop. I didn't know what to say. I didn't even know what to think. That photo was the first time I'd ever seen a picture of our grandmother. She'd passed away before I was born, when my mom was still a kid. We didn't have pictures of her around the house. Our step-grandmother had cleared them all out when she moved in. My sister couldn't have known what she looked like. And yet, here she was, saying that was her imaginary friend. The one she played with for years. The one she said came back that night with the radio. It was one of those moments that sticks with you forever. But even then, I tried to make sense of it. I tried to tell myself maybe she'd seen the photo somewhere before and didn't remember. Maybe she'd overheard stories and filled in the gaps with her imagination. Kids do that sometimes. Their minds are good at making connections where there aren't any. Maybe all those years ago, when she was little, she'd heard our mom talking about her mother, and it shaped this imaginary friend she had. As for the radio, maybe it had some fault we didn't know about. Maybe a surge of power hit it even without a plug. Maybe it was just one of those weird coincidences that happen in life. The mind is good at finding patterns when we're looking for them, especially when we're emotional, especially on nights when big things happen. In the end, that's what I settled on. I don't believe in ghosts or spirits or anything like that. I think the mind is powerful, and kids' minds are even more so. My sister loved to imagine and create. And that night, with all the emotions swirling around, our grandpa passing, the stress in the house, being left alone in the dark, it all came together in a way that felt strange and scary at the time. But deep down, I think it was just our minds trying to make sense of a hard moment. Life moved on after that. We grew up, moved out, started lives of our own. That night became one of those family stories we talk about now and then, usually at holidays or gatherings, when people shared old memories. My sister would always smile and shake her head when it came up, like she wasn't sure what to believe herself anymore. And I'd sit there listening, remembering the fear, the confusion, and also how, in the end, we were just two kids trying to understand something bigger than us. That's all it ever was. A strange night, a sad loss, and two kids caught in the middle of it, searching for answers in the dark. I remember that day so clearly, even though it happened when I was much younger. My father and I had taken a short trip out to the Manassas battlefield. I think it was November because I remember the way the air felt, cold enough to make you pull your jacket tighter, but not cold enough to see your breath in front of your face. The sky was a dull gray, heavy with clouds that didn't seem like they wanted to rain, but also didn't want to move. A light mist hung over the open field, clinging low to the ground and curling up around the base of trees, and the old cannons scattered across the battlefield. My father had parked his truck on a hill, one of those gentle rises that overlooked a wide stretch of open field dotted with cannons and historical markers. The truck was old but sturdy, with scratches along the sides from years of use and work. We sat on the tailgate, the bed filled with odds and ends, a toolbox, some rope, a cooler, and a blanket my father kept in there for emergencies. We were eating McDonald's, something simple. I had a cheeseburger and fries, and my father had a Big Mac, the wrapper rustling in his hands as the wind blew gently across the hilltop. The battlefield itself had a strange silence to it, the kind of quiet that makes you feel like you're not supposed to be there, like you're intruding on something old and forgotten. I remember the sound of the breeze moving through the dry grass, the occasional caw of a distant crow, and the faint hum of a highway somewhere far off. There weren't many other people around that day, at least not that we could see from where we were sitting. It felt like we had the whole place to ourselves. We sat there for a while, just looking out across the field and finishing our food. My father always liked to take his time on days like that. He'd lean back on the edge of the tailgate, resting his weight on his palms, and just stare out at the horizon. I think he enjoyed the peace, the break from the constant noise of the world. It was while we were sitting there, wiping our hands on napkins and crumpling up the wrappers, that I saw him. The mist had thickened a bit, creeping higher up the cannons and spreading across the field like a slow-moving tide. There, standing near one of the cannons about 50 or maybe 100 meters away, was a man. He seemed to appear out of the mist, as if he had always been there, but we just hadn't noticed him until that moment. He was dressed in what looked like an old uniform, the kind I'd seen in books or in those glass cases at museums. Gray coat, darker trousers, a cap with a short bill. The uniform looked worn, like it had seen a lot of use. The man was standing still, not pacing or moving around like you might expect someone to do if they were waiting for someone. The only thing he moved was his arm, raising it in that slow, deliberate way and waving. Not a hello wave, but the kind of wave you give when you're signaling someone to come over. My father noticed him too. Without saying anything, he reached behind the seat of the truck and grabbed a pair of binoculars he always kept in the cab. They were old, the leather strap cracked, and the lenses a little cloudy, but they still worked. He raised them to his eyes and looked out at the figure. I remember watching his face as he focused in, the way his brow furrowed and his lips pressed into a thin line. He didn't look alarmed, just puzzled. After a moment, he handed me the binoculars. I took them and looked out at the man. The uniform was clearer now, and I could see the details, the brass buttons, the scuffed boots, the way the cap sat low on his forehead. The man's face was hard to make out. The mist seemed thicker down there, and the light wasn't great, but I could see enough to know he wasn't smiling or showing any other expression. He just stood there, waving in that slow, steady motion. My father stood up, dusting off his jeans, and said he was going to go see what the man wanted. He thought maybe there was some kind of reenactment going on, or maybe the guy was part of the park service and needed help. I stayed by the truck, watching him make his way down the hill toward the man. I kept the binoculars up, tracking both of them as they got closer together. The closer my father got, the more I felt something strange start to build in my chest. I don't know how to describe it exactly. It wasn't fear at first, just this uneasy feeling, like watching something that doesn't quite make sense but you can't look away. My father's steps slowed as he approached the man. From where I was, it looked like he came to a stop maybe 5 or 10 feet from him. He didn't get right up close, just close enough that I figured they'd start talking or at least acknowledge each other somehow. But that's not what happened. My father just stood there, not moving, his posture changing. He looked confused, like he wasn't sure what he was seeing. I saw him tilt his head a bit, like he was trying to make sense of what was in front of him. He stayed like that for a few seconds, seconds that felt much longer with the weight of the moment pressing down. Then, all of a sudden, my father turned on his heel and started running back toward me. Not jogging, not walking quickly, running full out, like something had scared the hell out of him. I lowered the binoculars and stared, stunned. I had never seen my father run like that before, not in my entire life. He was the kind of man who didn't rush for anything. He got back to the truck, breath coming fast, and without saying a word he started grabbing our stuff, throwing the cooler into the bed, slamming the tailgate shut, tossing the wrappers and bags inside, not even bothering to pack things neatly like he usually did. His hands shook a little as he worked, his face pale beneath his tanned skin. I just stood there, unsure of what to do or say. Once everything was in the truck, he climbed behind the wheel and started the engine. We pulled out of that parking spot so fast that the tires kicked up dirt and pebbles. I kept looking out the window as we drove away, trying to see if the man was still there. I couldn't spot him anymore. The mist had swallowed up the cannon and everything around it. We drove in silence for a long time. I kept glancing over at my father. His hands were tight on the steering wheel, his knuckles white. His eyes stayed fixed on the road ahead, like he couldn't let himself look anywhere else. Eventually, once we were well away from the battlefield, he spoke in a low voice, almost like he was talking to himself. He said that as he got closer to the man, the figure seemed to fade, not all at once, but bit by bit, like the mist was eating him away. He said he felt this horrible feeling in his stomach, like something was very wrong, and that every part of him was telling him to turn around and leave. What stuck with me the most was how shaken my father was. This was a man who had served in Vietnam, who had seen things I couldn't even imagine. He wasn't the kind of person who got spooked easily. But that day, whatever happened out there on that battlefield got to him in a way I'd never seen before. In the years since, we've talked about it a few times, but only when it comes up naturally. My father always gets the same look when he remembers it, a distant stare, goosebumps rising on his arms even on warm days. He's never tried to explain it beyond saying that it was something strange, something he couldn't explain. I've thought about it a lot myself. From my point of view, the man never disappeared. I watched the whole thing through the binoculars, and as far as I could tell, my father was standing right next to him before he turned and ran. There was no sudden vanishing act, no dramatic moment where the man blinked out of existence. But then again, I wasn't the one down there, face to face with him. Maybe the angle, the mist, and the distance all played tricks on what I saw. Over the years, I've come to think there was probably a simple explanation. Maybe it was a reenactor who decided to have a bit of fun with us. Or maybe someone who wasn't supposed to be there at all. The mist, the cold, and the strange silence of the battlefield all combined to make the whole thing feel more eerie than it really was. I've read about how the mind can play tricks on you in situations like that, filling in the blanks with things that aren't really there. Whatever the truth is, it doesn't change the fact that the memory of that day sticks with me, clear as the cold air we breathed in on that hill. And even though I try to reason it out, I can't shake the image of that man standing there, still and silent except for that slow, steady wave. I think about the way my father ran, the urgency in his movements, the fear that I had never seen in him before and haven't seen since. And every time we pass near that battlefield, even now, I feel that same uneasy knot in my stomach, a reminder of that strange, quiet afternoon on the hill, and the man in gray who seemed to come from nowhere and disappear into the mist. It started out like any other job. Just another fall day, a bit colder than it should have been for the time of year, with that damp chill that seeps right into your bones no matter how many layers you wear. My uncle had called the night before, asking if I could help him out with a house he was trying to finish painting. I'd helped him plenty of times before. It was good money for easy work, and I didn't mind getting out of the house. I was 17 then, trying to save up for my first car. Any chance to earn a little extra cash was fine by me. I didn't think much about what could go wrong. Painting houses wasn't exactly dangerous work, or so I thought. That fall had been the wettest I could remember. It seemed like it rained every other day. Sometimes just a drizzle, but other times it poured so hard you couldn't see 10 feet in front of you. It made everything take longer. Jobs that should have been wrapped up in a week dragged on for a month. My uncle was good at what he did, always kept his word, always finished a job no matter how long it took. He had a reputation for that, and he took it seriously. He wasn't about to let some bad weather or scheduling mess things up, and I respected that about him. The house we were going to that day was one we'd started back in the summer. It was an old Victorian place, 3 stories tall, with a steep roof and lots of decorative trim that made painting a real chore. It sat in a quiet part of town, the kind of neighborhood where the houses were spaced far apart and big old trees lined the streets. I remembered the owners vaguely from when we first started. The wife was polite but seemed tense, and the husband didn't say much at all. I only saw him a couple of times, usually just a nod of acknowledgement as he went inside. The day we went back to finish, there was this strange stillness in the air. The sky was overcast, not dark enough to rain but gray enough to dull everything down. It was like the world was holding its breath. There was no wind, no sound of birds or anything. Just quiet. I remember noticing it when we pulled up, thinking it felt more like winter than fall. We parked out front, but the work we had left to do was all at the back of the house. The front had already been painted earlier in the summer when the weather was better. My uncle had me help carry the supplies around, paint cans, brushes, rollers, a small ladder. The big scaffolding was already set up at the back, from where we left off. He did the more detailed parts himself, and I'd do the first coats or the big flat surfaces. That day was no different. As we set up, he asked if I was okay with heights. I told him I was fine, even though the idea of working 3 stories up made me uneasy. I didn't want him to think I couldn't handle it. Climbing that scaffolding felt like it took forever. Every step up made the house seem taller, the ground further away. I had a can of paint hooked to my belt, brushes jammed into the loops, and my hands gripping the sides of the scaffolding until my knuckles turned white. The metal felt cold under my fingers, like it had soaked up all the chill from the air. When I finally reached the top, I took a second to steady myself before setting the paint down and getting to work. The house was in good shape for its age, but you could see where time had worn at it. The wood around the windows was weathered. The trim along the roofline needed fresh paint badly. I started on the section my uncle had pointed out, getting into a rhythm. Brush in the paint, brush on the wood, back and forth, like I'd done 100 times before. It was easy work once you got going, and after a few minutes, I stopped thinking about how high up I was. The attic window was small, an oval shape with thick old glass. I remembered my uncle saying it was the husband's study up there. As I worked my way across, I found myself glancing inside, curiosity getting the better of me. I figured maybe I'd see him at his desk, scribbling away at whatever book he was working on. It was harmless enough to look, but what I saw made my blood run cold. He was there, all right, standing right by the window, staring straight at me. His face was pale, almost as gray as the sky behind me. His eyes were hollow, empty in a way I can't explain. There was no anger, no sadness, not even confusion. Just nothing. Like he wasn't really looking at me, but through me. I froze, paintbrush halfway to the wood, heart starting to pound in my chest. Then he lifted his hand. I hadn't noticed it at first, but he was holding a gun. A small pistol, maybe something old. He didn't hesitate, didn't look away. Just raised it to his temple, as calm as if he was about to scratch an itch, and pulled the trigger. The sound was deafening, even through the glass. The flash, the spray, I can still see it all in my head. His body crumpled out of view, but that face, that look, it stayed with me. My legs gave out, and I stumbled backward. In that split second, all I could think was to get away from that window, from what I'd just seen. But I forgot where I was. Forgot I was 3 stories up. My foot slipped off the edge of the plank, and I felt myself falling. The world tilted. The gray sky spun above me, and then the ground rushed up. I hit something, branches, maybe a bush, and everything went black for a second. When I opened my eyes, I was on my back, pain shooting up from my ankle and my side. My uncle's voice was shouting, his face coming into view, panic all over it. I tried to sit up but couldn't. My leg wouldn't work right. Later they told me it was a broken ankle and some cracked ribs, but I was lucky. Could have been a lot worse. The police came, of course. The neighbors had heard the shot, and my uncle had called it in. I sat there on the ground, wrapped in a blanket someone brought out, watching them go in and out of the house. The wife was nowhere to be seen at first, but eventually they brought her out. She was crying, trying to cover her face. I remember feeling sorry for her, even through the shock. We never went back to that house. My uncle tried, but the woman moved out not long after. He said she couldn't stand to live there anymore, and I didn't blame her. The job was left unfinished. The scaffolding stayed up for a while, then eventually someone came and took it down. The house has been empty ever since, at least as far as I know. I avoided that street after that. Even now, all these years later, I don't like driving past it. Every time I think about it, I see that man's face. That blank, empty stare. I think that's what haunts me most. Not the gunshot, not the fall, but that look. Like he'd already given up long before he pulled the trigger. Like there was nothing left inside him. I went to counseling for a while after it happened. My parents insisted, and I guess it helped a little. I stopped having nightmares eventually. But I don't think I'll ever really forget. It's burned too deep into my memory. I try to push it aside, focus on other things, but sometimes when the weather's gray and still like it was that day, it all comes rushing back. Painting houses never felt the same after that. I helped my uncle a few more times, but I was always nervous, always looking over my shoulder or glancing into windows, half afraid of what I might see. Eventually, I found other work. Something safer, something on solid ground. My uncle understood. He didn't push me about it. I think he was shaken up too, though he never said much. Life went on as it does. The house stayed empty, a reminder of that day. The paint on the back started to peel again, the trim faded. The grass grew tall in the yard, and the trees slowly crept closer, their branches reaching out like they were trying to hide the place from view. People in town talked about it sometimes, about what happened there. But mostly, it was just another old house, forgotten by most. Not by me, though. I still see it sometimes in my mind, that attic window, that man's eyes. And I still feel that chill, that cold that went right through me, not from the weather, but from knowing I was looking at someone who didn't care anymore, who had nothing left. That's the part that sticks with you, the part that doesn't fade. The look of a man who's lost everything inside. And that's why I don't go down that street. I don't want to see that window, don't want to risk catching a glimpse of something I know isn't there, but feels like it could be. Because some memories stay with you, no matter how hard you try to leave them behind. Some moments burn themselves into your mind, and no amount of time can wash them away. When I was in high school, I had a really good friend named Mark. We lived in the kind of neighborhood that felt safe and familiar, full of old houses with big front porches and cracked sidewalks shaded by giant trees. Our houses sat side by side on one of those quiet streets where nothing much ever seemed to happen. His house and mine were both built in the 1950s, solid and unremarkable in design, but they felt like home. The houses had been there long before either of our families had moved in. They'd seen generations come and go, kids grow up and move out, and old neighbors pass away or move to smaller places. But there was one house on our street that was different. It was the house next to Mark's. That house was always up for sale. People would move in and then just as suddenly move out again. Sometimes it would happen in the middle of the night. No goodbye, no moving truck. Just gone. For as long as I could remember, the house never had the same owner for more than 6 months. People came and went like they couldn't stand to stay. Sometimes we'd see them outside when they first moved in, smiling and hopeful, waving at neighbors, trying to settle in. But soon enough, their smiles would fade. Curtains would stay closed all the time. They stopped saying hello. Then one day, the house would be empty again. I didn't think too much about it most of the time. It was just a house. But sometimes, late at night when I couldn't sleep, I'd look at that house through my bedroom window and feel uneasy. There was nothing wrong with how it looked. It was just like the others on the street. A small craftsman-style house, with a neat little porch and some overgrown shrubs in front. But something about it seemed heavy, like it didn't want to be lived in. I'd tell myself it was silly. A house is just a house. One night, during winter break, Mark and I were hanging out at his place. It was cold outside, the kind of cold that makes your breath hang in the air like smoke. We were bored. There wasn't much to do. It was too late to go anywhere, and we'd already burned through every video game and movie we had. Mark was the one who brought it up. He looked out his window at that empty house next door and said, "You ever wonder what's in there?" I shrugged. "Not really." "We should go look," he said, a grin spreading across his face. It wasn't the kind of grin that meant he was excited. It was more like he wanted to dare himself. I could tell he was spooked by the house, but didn't want to admit it. At first I said no, but the longer we sat there with nothing to do, the more the idea grew on me. It wasn't like we were going to break anything or steal anything. We just wanted to see it for ourselves. What harm could it do? So we put on our jackets and snuck outside. The air was bitterly cold, and I remember how the snow on the ground crunched under our shoes. The street was quiet, and everything seemed still, like the whole neighborhood was holding its breath. We crossed into the yard of the empty house, and I felt my heart start to beat faster. Not from fear exactly, just the thrill of doing something we weren't supposed to. We went around to the back of the house, our breath coming in little white clouds. There was a dog door in the back door, just big enough for Mark to squeeze through. He went first, disappearing inside, and for a few seconds I just stood there in the cold, listening. I heard the soft click of the door unlocking from the inside, and then the door creaked open, and Mark motioned for me to come in. Inside, it was dark. The power had been turned off, so the only light came from the faint glow of the street lamps outside, filtering through the bare windows. The air inside felt stale, like the house had been holding its breath too. There was no furniture except for a built-in breakfast table in the kitchen, set against a picture window that looked out onto the backyard. The floor was covered in dust, and the place smelled faintly of old wood and something else I couldn't quite place, like dampness or mildew. Mark and I walked through the house, our footsteps echoing in the emptiness. There was nothing special about it. The walls were plain. The floors creaked under our weight. It was just a house. But even though there was nothing to see, we didn't leave. I don't know why. Maybe it was because the house had always been a mystery to us, and now that we were inside, we felt like we should stay for a bit, like we had to make sense of it somehow. We ended up sitting on the floor in the kitchen, across from that little table. The table looked like it had been built right into the house, like it belonged there. The window above it framed the night outside. The snow reflected the street lights, giving everything a soft, pale glow. We sat there, just talking about random things, our voices low. It felt strange, sitting in that empty house like we owned it, like we were part of its story for a little while. Then it happened. One moment, everything was normal. The next, Mark let out a scream that echoed through the house and made my blood run cold. At the exact same instant, I felt it. My vision went black, not like when you close your eyes, but like a thick darkness had swallowed me whole. I couldn't see anything. I couldn't even see the faint light from the window. But it wasn't just the darkness. It was the cold. A sickly, awful cold that seemed to seep into my skin and bones, wrapping around me like ice. It wasn't the kind of cold you feel from the weather. This was different. It was heavy, suffocating, like the air itself had turned to ice and was pressing down on me. I started screaming too. I couldn't help it. I felt completely helpless, trapped in the dark, in the cold. I felt hands grab mine, Mark's hands, and he started pulling me hard. I couldn't see where we were going, couldn't tell which way was out, but I let him drag me. My legs felt heavy, like they didn't want to move, like the cold was trying to hold me in place. But Mark kept pulling, and somehow we stumbled through the house, through the door, and out into the night. As soon as we were outside, the darkness lifted. My vision came back slowly, shapes and shadows forming in the dim light of the street lamps. The cold started to fade, and I realized how cold the night air really was. But it was nothing compared to the cold I'd just felt inside. We stood there, under the yellow glow of the lamp, breathing hard, our breath clouding in the air. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. I looked at Mark, and his face was pale, his eyes wide with fear. I felt shaky, my heart still racing. I kept looking back at the house, half expecting to see something at the window, but there was nothing. Just the empty windows, dark and blank. Finally, I asked him what had happened. I needed to know. I needed to make sense of it. Mark swallowed hard and looked at me. His voice was quiet, but steady. He said that while we were sitting there, he saw something crawl out from under the table. A black figure, small and hunched, shaped like a girl, but not right somehow. It didn't make a sound. It just came out and sat on top of me. He said my eyes were wide open, but it was like I couldn't see. I started waving my hands around, like I was trying to feel my way through the dark. That's when he grabbed me and pulled me out. We stood there for a while longer, too scared to move. Eventually we went back to his house, locking the door behind us, and didn't say much the rest of the night. I don't think either of us slept. I know I didn't. I lay there in my bed later, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself it hadn't happened, that it was just my imagination. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't forget that cold. It was like it had sunk into me, left a mark that wouldn't go away. For the next few days, I couldn't shake the feeling. I felt jumpy, like something was always just behind me. I couldn't concentrate. I didn't want to walk past that house. Even now, when I think about it, I feel that same chill creep up my spine. Mark and I still talk about it sometimes, but the story never changes. We both remember it the same way. And that house, it stayed empty for a long time after that night. Eventually someone moved in, but I never went near it again. I didn't want to know what they found there. I didn't want to know if they felt the cold too. It wasn't a ghost. It wasn't some fairy tale monster. It was something real. Something about that house, that place, was wrong. And sometimes I wonder if whatever it was is still there, waiting for someone else to sit down at that table. Every time I stay at my grandma's house, I hear footsteps upstairs. It happens without fail. And it's always the same pattern. The steps start on one end of the room, cross over slowly, and stop at the other end. Then, maybe once more during the night, I'll hear them again, going the other way. It's as if whoever, or whatever, is walking up there is pacing slowly and purposefully, as if keeping watch or just wandering in the dark. I didn't notice these sounds when I was younger. They started when I was about 14, right after my grandparents decided I needed to sleep in a different room on the first floor. That was around the time they began sleeping in separate rooms themselves. Both of their rooms are on the first floor, and mine was placed directly underneath that room. The one that has always filled me with dread for reasons I can't explain. The house isn't anything extraordinary. It's just an old two-story place that's been standing for who knows how many decades. My grandparents have lived there for as long as I can remember. The first floor has the usual living spaces: kitchen, dining room, living room, and bedrooms. The second floor is mostly bedrooms and a small storage closet at the top of the stairs. From the outside, the house looks welcoming. A big porch wraps around the front, with flower boxes and an old swing my grandpa built. But inside, especially at night, it's different. The air feels heavier, like the walls are holding in secrets. And upstairs, that's where it feels the worst. I've always had this fear of the upstairs. I don't know where it came from. Maybe it's because the upstairs was where my mom and her siblings lived when they were kids, so it was filled with old furniture and forgotten things. Maybe it was the narrow hallways, the way the shadows seemed to stretch out at night. Or maybe it was just that one room, the long, narrow bedroom with closets on both sides of the door and a window at the far end. I hated that room. The bed sat right in the middle, so when you opened the door, you could see the entire length of it straight through to the window. As a kid, I refused to step foot in there unless someone else was with me. Even now, at 23, I still won't go up there alone. Growing up, my grandparents told me stories about the house. One that always stuck with me was about the sons of the previous owner. According to them, these boys swore that a gorilla would come out of one of the closets at night, dance around the room, and then go back inside the closet. At the time, I thought it was just a silly story, something kids made up because they were scared of the dark. But after I started sleeping in the room directly below that one, I started thinking about that story differently. When you're lying in bed in the pitch dark, and you know exactly what's above you, it's hard to push those thoughts away. The first time I heard the footsteps, it was late. Everyone had gone to bed. The house was completely dark, and I was lying there, unable to sleep. The room felt colder than usual, and the kind of silence that filled the space was the heavy kind. The kind that makes you feel like your ears are straining to pick up even the smallest sound. And then I heard it, a faint thump from above, near the window of that room. Slow, steady steps. Thump, thump, thump. The sound moved from one side of the room to the other, passing right over where I was lying. The footsteps weren't rushed or loud. They were casual, like someone was just walking from one end to the other, not in any hurry at all. And then they stopped. Just like that, the house went silent again. My heart was pounding. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, my eyes wide in the dark. I could feel every hair on my body standing on end. It wasn't the kind of creak or groan an old house makes when it settles. These were distinct, deliberate steps. I knew that pace. I'd heard people walk across floors my whole life. This was no different, except no one should have been up there. I stayed frozen for what felt like forever, just listening, waiting for the sound to start again. I wanted to tell myself it was the house, or maybe the wind outside, but I knew better. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I got up, opened my door quietly, and made my way to my grandpa's room. I told him what I heard. He listened, then gave me the explanation I was expecting. The house is old, with shifts, it creaks. He tried to reassure me by turning on the dining room light, so at least the hallway wouldn't be so dark. I went back to bed, a little calmer with the light on, and tried to fall asleep. But then it started again. This time, the steps began where they had stopped before, near the window upstairs. Thump, thump, thump. They crossed over the room again, passing above me, and stopped near the door this time. I lay there, barely breathing, staring at the ceiling like I could somehow see through it if I tried hard enough. The house was quiet again, except for my own heartbeat hammering in my chest. I thought maybe it was over. Maybe that was it. Then I heard it, the soft creak of the top stair. And another. And another. The steps were coming down the stairs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A pause at the landing. Then 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And silence. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. Whatever it was now on the first floor. The same floor I was on. The dining room light was still on, casting a soft glow into my room, but it didn't make me feel any safer. I stared at my doorway, the only barrier between me and the rest of the house, and my vision started to blur. I felt lightheaded, like the fear was draining the strength from my body. I pulled the blankets over my head, like that thin layer of fabric could protect me from whatever was out there. That's when I heard the scratching. A long, slow sound like nails or something sharp dragging down wood. It was coming from inside my room, from the direction of my grandpa's gun case. I knew that sound. I could picture exactly what was happening without even looking. Scratched down the front of the gun case door. A soft tap as the door rattled slightly against its frame. Another long scratch. Then another. The sound was so clear, so deliberate, that I felt paralyzed. I wanted to scream, but nothing came out. I had to force myself to take a deep breath, fill my lungs, and then I let out a yell as loud as I could manage. Within seconds, my grandpa was there. The door burst open, and he came in, looking concerned but not convinced. I told him what I heard. He said the same thing as before, that it was just the house settling, that I was probably imagining things. But at least he was there. That helped. I couldn't bring myself to sleep on the bed anymore, so I took a sheet, draped it over the side of the bed, and crawled underneath. I wrapped myself in a comforter, put in my headphones, turned my back to the door, and tried to block out the world. I didn't want to see or hear anything else that night. I figured if something was going to happen, I'd rather not know. The next morning, my grandpa told my grandma about what happened. She just smiled and said it was silly, but then she mentioned that my cousin had said the same thing the last time she stayed there. She'd woken up my grandma to tell her she heard footsteps. That didn't make me feel any better. For the rest of that stay, I slept under the bed. It wasn't comfortable, but it felt safer somehow. Like being tucked away in a small space would make me harder to find. And even though nothing else happened during that week, I still heard the footsteps every night. The same slow, steady steps upstairs, crossing the room above me. I've stayed at my grandparents' house many times since then. I don't sleep under the bed anymore, but I still sleep on top of it with my back to the door. I always keep my headphones in, playing some soft music or white noise to drown out any sounds. I haven't heard the steps come down the stairs again, not since that first night. But I know they're still up there, every time I visit. And the truth is, I don't want to hear them come down again. Because if they do, I don't know what I'll do. I tell myself it's just the house, just old wood settling. But deep down, I know what footsteps sound like. And those are footsteps. Deliberate, slow, steady. Crossing the room, back and forth. And for as long as I keep staying there, I know I'll keep hearing them. I've stopped trying to make sense of it. I don't ask my grandparents about it anymore. I don't look for explanations. I just go through the same routine. I set up my bed, plug in my headphones, turn my back to the door, and try to sleep. Sometimes I think about going upstairs during the day, just to see if I can find anything that might explain it. But I never do. I always find a reason not to. I'll tell myself I'm too busy, or that it's not worth the trouble. The truth is, I'm scared of what I might find, or what I won't find at all. So I leave it alone. I let the footsteps do whatever they're going to do, and I try to pretend I don't hear them. And that's how it's been every time for years. I had just gotten my CPR certification about a week earlier. I remember feeling proud of myself for finally doing it, like I was actually prepared for something. You know? It was one of those things that I had always meant to do, and finally I got around to it. I remember thinking it would be one of those skills I'd probably never have to use, but it would be good to have, just in case. It felt like checking off a box on that invisible list of things that make you feel like you've got your life together, even a little. That day was supposed to be fun. It was late October, and my friends and I had decided to hit up this thrift store not far from where we lived. We were hunting for Halloween costumes, joking around, trying on ridiculous hats and old jackets that smelled like dust and forgotten basements. The store was kind of rundown, but that was part of the charm. You never knew what you'd find. I remember the fluorescent lights flickering a little, the way they always did in that place, casting everything in this weird pale glow that made you feel like you were in a different world, away from the real one for a while. I was in the dressing room when it happened. I had just pulled on this stupid oversized blazer, something from the 80s, shoulder pads and all, when everything just went quiet. You know that kind of quiet where you can feel it? Like the air gets heavy or something. 1 second everyone was laughing, and then it was just still. I remember thinking it was strange, but I figured maybe someone broke something, or there was a shoplifter or something like that. Then I heard someone say, kind of loud, kind of panicked, that someone was passed out in the parking lot. It was muffled at first because I was still in the dressing room, but it was enough to make my stomach drop a little. I pulled the blazer off as fast as I could, tossed it on the hook, and stepped out. I didn't know what I was about to walk into, but I felt this weird mix of dread and this sense that I needed to do something. I told the people near the front that I was CPR certified, that I'd go take a look. I told them they needed to call 911 right away. I tried to sound calm, but my voice felt tight in my throat. I went outside, expecting to see someone lying on the ground, maybe someone who fainted or something like that. But the lot was empty except for the cars. I looked around, confused, heart already thudding hard in my chest. That's when someone came out behind me and pointed to a car parked way off by itself, near the edge of the lot. They shouted that the person was in that car. I remember looking at the car, this old beat-up sedan, and for a second I felt frozen, like my body just didn't want to move forward. But I forced myself to go. As I got closer, I could see her. She was slumped against the driver's side window, head tilted in a way that didn't look right at all. Her face was blue. Not pale or flushed, but blue. Like all the life had drained out of her. I can still see that image in my mind, clear as day. The blue tint, the way her lips looked almost black from lack of oxygen. I freaked out inside, but I kept moving. I kept telling myself I had to do something, that maybe there was still a chance. We opened the door. The smell hit me first. This mix of sweat, stale smoke, and something sharp and chemical. The floor of the car was littered with needles, empty pill bottles, crumpled fast food bags, a half-empty water bottle rolling around. There were kids' toys too. A small stuffed animal wedged between the seats, a car seat in the back. My brain tried to take all of it in at once, and I think I felt my heart break right then. We tried to check her pulse, but I couldn't feel anything. Her skin was cold and clammy. Someone else tried too, but they weren't sure. I remember my hands shaking as we pulled her out of the car and laid her down on the pavement. The lot was cracked and full of weeds poking through, and I remember how the cold concrete felt through my jeans as I knelt beside her. I started chest compressions, just like I had been taught, counting in my head, trying to block out everything else. Her head lolled to the side when we moved her, and that's when I saw the tears on her face. I'll never forget that. Even though she was so far gone, there were tears. It was like some part of her knew. That crushed me in a way I can't even explain. I kept going, pressing down hard, trying to find the rhythm, trying to remember every step from the class. Someone was on the phone with 911. I could hear them saying where we were, what was happening. The seconds felt like hours. I kept checking for a pulse between compressions, but nothing. Her body felt so still, too still. I tried not to think about how hopeless it seemed. Then, finally, the ambulance pulled in. I've never felt so relieved to see flashing lights in my life. The paramedics jumped out and took over in this quick, practiced way that made me feel both grateful and useless at the same time. They got her hooked up to all their equipment, kept working on her, doing compressions, giving breaths. One of them gave her a shot of something, and I heard the other mention it was Narcan. I knew what that was. I knew what it was supposed to do. But they looked at each other, and I could see it in their faces. They didn't think it would work this time. Another ambulance came, more EMTs, and soon there was a whole group of them surrounding her, working together, trying everything they could. The cop who showed up told me quietly that they were doing what they had to do until they got her to the hospital. But it wasn't looking good. I nodded, not knowing what to say. I stepped back, realizing I was in the way, and just stood there, arms hanging useless at my sides, heart pounding in my ears. I kept looking at her car. The mess inside it, the signs of her life. The kids' stuff, the tattoos on her arms with names, probably her kids' names. The needles scattered across the floor. I kept wondering what had led to this moment, what her story was, how things had gotten so bad. She wasn't that old. Maybe late 20s, early 30s at most. She could have been anyone. Someone's sister, someone's mom, someone's friend. I thought about those kids, if they were waiting for her somewhere, not knowing what was happening. The EMTs loaded her into the ambulance and kept working on her as they drove off. The lot felt so empty after they were gone, like all the air had been sucked out of it. I stood there for a while, staring at the spot where she had been, at the dark stain on the pavement from where her tears had mixed with the dirt. I felt numb. My friends came out and stood near me, no one saying anything. What was there to say? Eventually the cop told us we could go. He thanked us for trying, said we did the right thing. I nodded again, still not sure what to do with myself. We got back in our car and drove home in silence. The thrift store seemed like a world away now, like something from a different life. My hands kept shaking, and my chest felt tight. I kept replaying it in my head, wondering if I had done something wrong, if I could have done more, if I had started CPR sooner, if that would have changed anything. But deep down I knew. She was already gone before I even got there. That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes I saw her face. The blue tint, the tears. I heard the sound of my hands hitting her chest, the crack of her ribs under the pressure. I kept thinking about the toys, the names tattooed on her skin. I kept thinking about how fast everything can fall apart. 1 minute you're picking out Halloween costumes, and the next you're kneeling on cold concrete trying to save a stranger's life. In the days that followed, I kept checking the local news, hoping for an update, hoping maybe somehow she had made it. But there was nothing. No mention of her, no story, no name. Just silence. And maybe that was the hardest part. That she was just gone, and the world kept going like it didn't even notice. It changed me. It made me see things differently. Every time I see someone now who looks like they're struggling, I think of her. I think of how easy it is to look away, to pretend you don't see. I think of how, sometimes, you don't get another chance to help. And I think of those tears on her face, and I wonder what she would have said if she could have. What she would have wanted people to know. I still have my CPR card. I still think about that day, about what I learned that no class could teach me. That sometimes doing everything right still isn't enough. But you do it anyway, because it's all you can do. About a month ago, I went over to my girlfriend's house. It was a normal day, no storms, no weird feelings beforehand. I'd been to her house dozens of times before. It was one of those older two-story homes that her family had lived in for years. The kind where the floors creak just a little bit, and the walls feel like they hold stories of their own. It was cozy in its own way, with lots of family photos, soft rugs, and warm lights. I always felt comfortable there, always. But this time, right when I stepped inside, something felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it, but my chest felt tight, like I couldn't take a deep breath. There wasn't any smell or sound that was strange, just this heavy feeling hanging over me. Her parents weren't home, and everything seemed normal on the surface. My girlfriend greeted me like usual, smiling and pulling me inside. We took our shoes off, and she led me into the living room. That's when I noticed it, the change. They'd moved around the furniture. The old china cabinet that I remembered standing against the far wall was gone. In its place was another cabinet, taller, darker, heavier looking. I don't know why it hit me so hard, but the second I laid eyes on it, I felt almost sick. My stomach turned over, and a cold sweat broke out on the back of my neck. It was like I'd walked into a room filled with tension, even though there was no one else there. The cabinet was about 6 feet tall, made of dark wood that looked polished but old. The glass doors on the front were clean enough to reflect light, and inside were all these delicate little objects. Teacups, tiny baby dolls, a few little plates with painted flowers. But what caught my eye the most was the mirror at the back of the cabinet. It wasn't a full mirror like on a wall, just a panel that lined the back so it reflected everything inside the cabinet and anything in front of it. I didn't want to look at it, but my eyes kept going back to it. My girlfriend noticed me staring. She said they'd replaced their old cabinet with this one, which used to belong to her grandmother. She'd passed away a few months ago. I never met her, just heard about her in passing. I knew she'd been sick and bedridden in the hospital before she died. I nodded like it was no big deal, but inside, that unease grew stronger. It wasn't just being near the cabinet. It was the whole room. The air felt heavier, like the kind of humidity you feel before a storm, but thicker, more oppressive. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was just being weird. We sat down for a bit. I tried to focus on her, on anything else, but my eyes kept darting toward that cabinet. Every time I glanced at it, my heart would skip a beat, and I'd feel a little wave of sadness or anxiety wash over me. It made no sense. Furniture doesn't do that to people. I even tried to laugh it off in my head, but the feeling wouldn't leave. After a while, she said she was going to the bathroom. I watched her walk off down the hall, then found myself standing up and moving toward the cabinet without really thinking about it. I stood in front of it, looking at the little things inside. The teacups were dainty, decorated with tiny flowers and gold edges. The dolls had those old-fashioned porcelain faces, eyes that didn't seem to focus on anything. And that mirror. I hated looking at it, but I couldn't stop. The glass was clear, not warped or dirty. I could see my reflection just fine, but something felt off. I leaned in a little, trying to see if maybe I was imagining things. That's when I saw it. A shape. A silhouette, faint but there, standing behind me in the reflection. My heart jumped into my throat. I turned around so fast I almost lost my balance, but there was nothing. No one. Just the room, quiet and still. My breath was loud in my ears, and I could feel my pulse hammering. I turned back to the cabinet, looking at the mirror again, but the silhouette was gone. Just me now, wide-eyed and pale. Before I could even think about what I'd just seen, I heard a sound from the hallway. A high-pitched, panic scream. My girlfriend. Without thinking, I ran toward the bathroom. The door was closed, and I started pounding on it, calling out. I didn't even stop to think. The door swung open after a few seconds, and there she was, sitting on the floor, knees drawn up, tears streaming down her face. She was shaking all over, breathing hard. I crouched down next to her, trying to make sense of what happened. She pointed at the mirror above the sink. She wouldn't say much at first, but I didn't need her to. I knew. She'd seen something too. We didn't stay. Neither of us said it out loud, but we both knew we had to get out of there. I grabbed her hand, and we bolted. No shoes, no jackets, didn't even lock the door behind us. We just ran out to my car and got inside. My hands were trembling as I turned the key, and the engine roared to life. I pulled out of the driveway like I was being chased, and I didn't stop. I just kept driving. I didn't care where. I just needed to put distance between us and that house. The further we got, the more I felt like I could breathe again. We must have driven for over an hour. Neither of us spoke much, just sat there in silence. The roads were mostly empty, and the hum of the tires on the asphalt was the only sound. Eventually, when we'd calmed down a bit, I turned around and started heading back. By the time we got to her street, it was late. The house was dark except for the porch light, and sitting on the steps was her mom. She looked tired and a little on edge, like she'd been waiting. I parked and we walked up. She didn't seem surprised to see us like that, shoeless, pale, shaken. She said she'd been seeing shadows moving inside the house. Thought maybe it was just her imagination, but after seeing us take off like that, she wasn't so sure anymore. We didn't stay long. I helped my girlfriend grab some of her things, and she came back to my place for the night. Neither of us slept much. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that silhouette in the mirror. The way it had no features, just a shape, standing there. And every time I thought of it, that same tight, anxious feeling came back. I've always been the kind of person who looks for answers. If someone says their house is haunted, I want to see for myself. If there's talk of strange creatures in the woods, I'll go out there and look. But this was different. There was no explanation that made sense. No creaky floorboard, no draft, no trick of the light. Just that feeling, that heavy, sad feeling, that shape in the mirror, that scream from the bathroom, and the shadows that even her mom saw. We talked about it afterward, tried to reason through it. Maybe it was just the stress of the last few months. Her grandmother's passing had been hard on everyone. Maybe bringing the cabinet into the house stirred up a lot of emotions, memories, things that hung in the air. Grief can do strange things to people. It can make the air feel heavy, make shadows seem like more than they are. It can make a house feel different, even if nothing really changed. We haven't been back to that house together since. Her parents decided to move the cabinet out to the garage, and she said the house feels normal again. I don't know if I believe that. I don't think I'll ever forget the way I felt that night, the way it felt like the air itself was pressing down on me. I don't think I'll ever be able to look at an old cabinet the same way. And I definitely don't think I'll ever trust a mirror that much again. Sometimes, things just don't have an easy answer. And sometimes, the scariest things are the ones we can't explain, no matter how hard we try. It was still dark out, that heavy kind of dark where even the streetlights feel like they're straining to push back the night. The world was quiet except for the faint hum of electricity and the soft sound of my footsteps on the damp pavement. My breath came out in little clouds that mixed with the mist hanging low over the ground. It was one of those mornings where everything feels like it's wrapped in cotton. Sound light, even my thoughts. I remember the way the air smelled, like wet concrete and early morning chill. I was walking my usual route to the bus stop, peeling a banana as I went, the yellow skin curling back in my hand. I wasn't really thinking about anything important, just some stupid internal debate about whether I wanted to grab a coffee at Starbucks before work or wait until after the bus ride. It's funny how your brain latches onto the most pointless things when it's trying to wake up. I kept my eyes down, watching the sidewalk pass beneath my sneakers, my bag shifting on my shoulder with every step. The city felt empty. I liked that about the early morning. It was mine for a little while, before everyone else woke up and filled it with noise and motion. I took a bite of the banana, the soft, sweet taste familiar and comforting. I was chewing slowly, half lost in thought, when I reached the corner near my bus stop. The corner was always a little darker there, where a narrow alley split off between two old buildings. That's when he stepped out. Just like that, from the shadows of the alley. A tall figure, all in black, his face covered by a dark mask. For a second, my sleepy mind didn't register what was happening. I saw him, but it was like my brain was trying to fit him into some normal early morning category, like maybe he was a jogger or some guy on his way to work. But he wasn't. He was holding something. It caught the light from the street lamp, and that's when I realized it was a gun. A real gun. Not something from a movie or a dream, but metal and cold and pointed right at me. I froze. The half-eaten banana hung in my hand, forgotten. My heart gave a hard thump, like it was trying to punch its way out of my chest. I didn't scream. I didn't drop my bag or run. I just stood there, staring at him, as if that would make him go away. "Put down your fucking purse," he said. His voice was low but hard, like he'd said those words before, like he was used to people listening when he spoke. I didn't even have a purse. Just my work bag, slung over one shoulder, heavy with papers and my lunch. I think I said okay, or something like it, my mouth dry, my tongue feeling too big for my mouth. I crouched down slow, trying not to move too fast, and set the bag on the ground near the curb. My hands were shaking so badly, I nearly dropped it. "Put down your bags," he said again, sharper this time, like he thought I was stalling. I'm putting them down," I said, or maybe I just thought it. Everything felt far away, like I was watching myself in a film. Then he told me to come to him, to walk toward him. He motioned with the gun, pointing toward the alley behind him. My stomach clenched so tight I felt sick. That alley was dark, narrow, a place where no one would see or hear anything. I knew that. He knew that. My feet felt glued to the spot, but I forced myself to move, just a step at a time, heart hammering so loud I was sure he could hear it. "Get down on the fucking ground," he ordered. So I did. I eased myself down, the damp from the sidewalk seeping into my pants, the rough concrete scraping my palms as I braced myself. I was trying to think, trying to figure out what to do, but my mind was spinning in too many directions at once. I kept talking, like I could somehow talk my way out of this. "Look, see, I'm on the ground. My stuff's over there. Just take it, please," I said, my voice shaking. But he didn't like that. He snapped at me to shut up, his voice exploding in the quiet like a gunshot itself. He got on top of me, one knee on the ground, the other pressing against my side, the gun so close I could feel the cold of it near my temple. I kept thinking this couldn't be real, that I'd wake up any second. But it was real. The concrete was real. The cold metal was real. The smell of banana still on my hands was real. I should mention how I was dressed. Baggy pants that hung low on my hips, an oversized jacket, a baseball cap pulled down low. I didn't look like a woman at first glance. I could have passed for a teenage boy, especially in that early morning gloom. But as he looked at me, really looked at me, I saw it hit him. The realization. I saw it in his eyes, even behind the mask. He knew now. Knew I wasn't who he thought I was. He hesitated just for a second, then got off me, standing, pointing toward the alley. "Come with me," he said. And that was the moment I knew, in my bones, that if I went with him, it was over. That alley meant no one would see, no one would help. My heart was racing so fast I thought it would explode. I felt sick, my mouth dry as sand, my legs like jelly. But some voice inside me, call it instinct, call it survival, spoke up loud and clear. "Don't go. Don't follow him." I tried to stall. I said I was coming, that I was following him, my voice as calm as I could make it, though inside I was screaming. He believed me, or maybe he wanted to believe me. He turned slightly, looking down the alley, shifting his focus for just a heartbeat. That was all I needed. I took a deep breath, ducked my head, and ran. Hard. Faster than I've ever run before or since. My legs found strength I didn't know they had. My feet pounded the pavement, my breath came in ragged gasps, and I ran like my life depended on it, because it did. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I kept waiting for the sound of a gunshot, for the pain of a bullet tearing into me. But all I heard was my own voice, screaming, high and shrill and terrified, until I didn't even recognize it as mine. Block after block blurred past. I had no plan, no destination except away. My legs burned, my chest hurt, but I didn't stop until I couldn't run anymore. I found myself on a side street, bent over, gasping for air, my hands on my knees. I looked around, expecting to see him following, but there was no one. Just the quiet city, waking up now, lights flickering on in windows, cars starting to appear on the streets. I doubled back, careful, watching every shadow, every corner, and made my way home. My hands were still shaking, so hard I could barely get my keys out. I got inside, locked the door, and sank down to the floor, my back against the cool wood. I stayed there a long time, listening to the sound of my own breathing, waiting for my heart to slow down. Later, I called the police. They came, took my statement, checked out the alleyway. But he was gone, long gone. All that was left was my banana peel, lying in the gutter, brown and soggy. A stupid little reminder of how normal that morning had started. For days after, I couldn't shake the fear. The adrenaline had burned itself out, leaving me jumpy, exhausted, and haunted by the what-ifs. What if he'd fired? What if I hadn't run? What if he'd caught me? I replayed it over and over, every detail burned into my memory. The way his voice sounded, the weight of him on top of me, the smell of the damp ground, the cold of the gun. I still walk that street, though not at that hour anymore. And every time I pass that alley, I feel it again, just for a second. That pulse of fear, that rush of memory. I was lucky, so lucky, and I know it. But I also know that morning changed me. I learned something about fear, about survival, about myself. And I learned that sometimes talking can save your life, but sometimes you just have to run. We were living with my grandparents at the time, the house old and filled with the kind of quiet that somehow felt too loud when you were alone. It wasn't that it was creepy all the time. Most days it felt like any normal house with worn carpets, walls stained a little yellow from the years, and furniture that smelled faintly of dust and age. But there were moments, especially when no one else was home, where the house felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for something. Or maybe that was just my mind playing tricks on me. Either way, it was always worse when I had to go into my aunt's room. Her room was at the end of the hall upstairs. The door was always open a crack, just enough that you could see the edge of her bed, the dresser, and that doll lamp on the nightstand. It was the first thing your eyes went to when you glanced in. 2 feet tall, dressed in some faded Victorian-style dress, with lace frills and tiny fake pearls. The face was pale plastic, the kind of plastic that had turned a little yellow over time. Its eyes were glass, a dull blue color that seemed like they should have sparkled once, but now just stared. The worst part was that smile. A small, tight-lipped grin that showed no teeth, just a little curve at the edges like it knew something you didn't. And the lamp part, that was the thing. You didn't just flick a switch to turn it on. You had to take its cold plastic hand and lift the arm. The light would flicker on when the arm was up and turn off when you lowered it again. My aunt thought it was cute, called it her fancy lamp, but I hated it. The way it stood there, arm outstretched, waiting, like it wanted someone to come hold its hand. That day, I was alone in the house. It was a school day, but I'd stayed home with a stomach bug that was mostly gone by noon. Both my grandparents were out, my grandpa at the hardware store and my grandma visiting a neighbor. The house was quiet except for the occasional creak of the floorboards settling, or maybe just the old wood breathing. I was downstairs on the couch watching TV, trying to keep my mind off the fact that I was alone. The sun streamed through the windows, making patterns on the carpet, and for a while, I almost forgot that uneasy feeling that came with being the only person in the house. After a while, I started to feel chilly. The afternoon sun was shifting, and that old house always got cold fast. I knew where the extra blankets were, my aunt's closet. Part of me considered just toughing it out, but the thought of sitting there shivering for the next few hours didn't sound great either. So I told myself it'd be quick. In and out. I wouldn't even look at the doll. I climbed the stairs, each step groaning under my weight like it wanted to warn me to turn back. The hallway stretched ahead of me, and at the end, my aunt's door stood slightly ajar, just like always. The familiar dread started to creep up, but I kept going. I kept my eyes on the floor, refusing to glance at the doll. I could see the edge of the nightstand out of the corner of my eye, but I didn't let myself look. Just focus on the floorboards, on the worn rug leading into the room. I stepped inside, heart beating faster than it should have. I turned right away, so my back was to the doll. The closet was right there, just to the left of the doorframe. I reached for the knob, opened the door, and crouched down to grab the first blanket I could reach. My fingers closed around a soft wool one, and I started to pull it out. That's when it hit me. Something was different. The room felt brighter, like the shadows had shifted. I hadn't turned on any lights. I hadn't needed to. The sun was still high enough. I froze, hands still gripping the blanket. The air felt heavier somehow, like the room was pressing in on me. A tiny chill ran up my spine, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up straight. Slowly, so slowly, I turned my head. I didn't want to look. Every part of me screamed not to. But I had to. I had to see. The lamp was on. The doll's face glowed in the soft yellow light, casting faint shadows across its features that made the smile seem wider, the eyes deeper. But it wasn't just that. The arm that you had to lift to turn on the lamp, it was raised, pointed straight at me, like it was trying to get my attention, like it wanted me to see. I couldn't move at first. My legs felt locked, my chest tight. My mind raced, trying to come up with any logical reason. Maybe I'd bumped the nightstand somehow when I came in. Maybe the floorboards were uneven and my movement had shifted the lamp. But no, there was no way. I hadn't gone near it. I'd kept my distance on purpose. I don't know how long I stood there, heart pounding in my ears. It felt like forever. Finally, instinct took over. I grabbed the blanket, slammed the closet door shut, and backed out of the room without turning my back on that doll. I kept my eyes on it, watching as if it might move again. But it didn't. It just stood there, arm raised, smiling. Once I was out of the room, I shut the door, pressing it closed until I heard the latch click. I stood in the hallway, breathing hard, trying to calm down. I told myself it didn't mean anything, that maybe somehow the arm had shifted on its own. Maybe it hadn't been all the way down to start with. But I knew. I knew I'd seen it with the arm down when I walked in, and I knew that no one else had been in the house. There was no way it had lifted on its own. I went back downstairs, wrapping the blanket around me like it could protect me from the feeling that something wasn't right. I sat on the couch, trying to focus on the TV, but every creak of the house, every shadow stretching across the floor, made me jump. I kept glancing at the stairs, half expecting to see that doll's face peeking around the corner. When my grandparents came home later, I didn't tell them what happened. What could I say? That the lamp turned itself on? That the doll pointed at me? They'd just laugh it off, say I had too much imagination. But I knew what I saw. That night, and for so many nights after, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I'd lie in bed staring at the ceiling, picturing that pale plastic face glowing in the lamplight, that cold hand raised and aimed at me. I avoided my aunt's room as much as I could after that. Even when other people were home, I didn't like passing by the doorway. Sometimes I'd feel like the doll was watching, waiting for someone to come hold its hand again. Years later, I went back to visit my grandparents. My aunt had long since moved out, but a lot of her things were still there, stored away in that same room. I worked up the courage to go inside, to see if the doll was still there. The nightstand was empty. I asked my grandma about it, casual as I could, and she said my aunt had taken it with her when she moved out. I felt a strange mix of relief and unease. It was gone, but somewhere out there, that doll was still standing on a nightstand, waiting for someone else to lift its hand. I never saw it again, but the image of that day never left me. I can still see the way the room looked when I turned around, the way the light made that smile seem bigger, the way the hand pointed straight at me like it was calling me out. I try to tell myself it was just one of those weird, explainable things, that maybe I'd imagined the hand was down when I came in, that maybe the arm wasn't as stiff as I remembered, and the weight of it caused it to lift on its own. But deep down I know what I saw, and I know that it wasn't right. The memory has faded in some ways, softened at the edges by time. But there are nights, when the house I live in now is quiet, and the shadows are long, that I think about that doll. I think about how I felt that day, standing frozen in that room with the lamp on and the hand raised. And I wonder if maybe somewhere, someone else is seeing that same cold hand lift toward them, and feeling that same chill run down their spine. I had been running my cable route in the inner city all morning, the kind of day where time seemed to slow down and everything took longer than it should. The traffic was worse than usual, the stops were all stacked up on top of each other, and every little thing felt like it was working against me. I was sweating before noon, my shirt sticking to my back under the weight of my tool belt, and the sun felt hotter than it had any right to for the season. I had just wrapped up a call at this old duplex with wires so tangled they looked like a bird's nest had exploded in the crawl space. It had taken way longer than it should have, and by the time I was packing up my stuff and heading back to the truck, I felt that sudden sharp pressure in my gut, that deep, twisting pain that tells you you're out of time. You've got to find a bathroom, and fast. At first I tried to will it away, like maybe if I ignored it, it'd settle down. I climbed into the truck, took a deep breath, tried to focus on the next stop. But another cramp hit me hard enough that I doubled over in the seat for a second. I cursed under my breath, wiped my forehead, and started thinking through my options. The nearest quick trip I knew of was about 5 miles away. In city traffic, with red lights and clogged streets, that might as well have been across the damn country. I didn't have 5 miles in me. I could already feel the cold sweat starting to form on my neck, the kind that comes when your body starts the final countdown, and you know it's serious. I scanned the street ahead, looking for anything, anywhere I could go. That's when I spotted a gas station on the corner up ahead. It wasn't one of the nice ones, not the kind of place where they clean the bathrooms more than once a week, but at that point I didn't care. I just needed a toilet, any toilet. I pulled in, parked crooked because I didn't have the luxury of fixing it, and hurried inside. The place smelled like old coffee motor oil, and something else I couldn't quite place, but that turned my stomach even more. I made a beeline for the bathroom and saw the line, just my luck. There was a dude leaning against the wall, maybe late 30s or early 40s, dressed sharp with pressed slacks, button-down shirt, clean shoes. He had this easy smile, like he was just chilling, no worries in the world. Beside him was a young woman, maybe late 20s, in scrubs. I joined the line, trying to act casual, trying not to let on that I was about 30 seconds from a full-on disaster. We made some small talk at first, complaining about the heat, about traffic, the usual stuff people say when they're strangers sharing a miserable moment. But inside, I was clenching everything I could clench, counting seconds, praying whoever was in there would hurry up. The minutes dragged on. 5 minutes felt like 50. I tried to distract myself by focusing on the posters on the wall, the rack of dusty snacks by the counter, anything but the war happening in my gut. That's when I noticed the guy in front of me start to act strange. His hands were shaking a little. His foot tapped against the tile floor too fast, too hard. He was sweating, but not in a normal way. It was pouring down his face, dripping off his chin. His eyes kept darting toward the bathroom door, then down the hall, then back at the door. I figured at first he was just as desperate as I was. Maybe worse. I was about to say something like, "We're both dying here, huh?" But then it got weird. Out of nowhere, he let out this sound, this awful, guttural screech that didn't even sound human. It echoed through the little gas station, making everyone stop and stare. The woman in the bathroom yelled out, scared, asking what was going on, but her voice was muffled by the door. Before I could react, the guy lunged at the bathroom door, grabbing the handle with both hands, yanking at it so hard I thought the whole thing was going to come off the hinges. His nails scraped against the metal, his body shaking with effort, and he kept making that noise, like a wounded animal or something worse. The girl in scrubs backed up against the wall, her face pale, eyes wide with shock. I felt frozen for a second, like my brain couldn't process what was happening fast enough. Then I stepped forward, instinct taking over, and reached out to stop him, to pull him back before he broke the door down or hurt himself. But just as I touched his arm, it was like he got hit with lightning. His whole body went stiff, his back arched, and he dropped like a stone. I managed to catch him before he cracked his head on the floor, lowering him down as gently as I could while my heart pounded so hard I could hear it in my ears. His eyes, God, I'll never forget his eyes. Wide open, staring right at me, but it was like he wasn't seeing me at all. And they were red. Not just bloodshot, but tears of blood leaking from the corners, mixing with the foam at his mouth. His body jerked and twitched under my hands, arms flailing, legs kicking out. It all felt like it lasted forever, but I know it couldn't have been more than a minute or two. The woman in the bathroom had come out by then, pushing past us, and as luck would have it, she was a retired nurse. She barked out instructions, clear, firm, like she'd done it 100 times. She told the girl in scrubs to call 911, told me how to keep his head turned, how to keep him from hurting himself. We worked together, strangers thrown into this nightmare, doing what we could until the paramedics arrived. When they came, it was like this wave of relief hit me so hard I almost collapsed myself. They took over, checking his vitals, loading him onto a stretcher, asking the usual questions. That's when his wife showed up, breathless and worried sick. She explained through tears that he had epilepsy, that he'd been struggling with it for years. The drinking didn't help. The flask in his coat pocket made that clear. He'd been trying to sneak a drink while waiting, probably hoping it would calm his nerves or stop the tremors he felt coming on. I stood there, feeling hollow, shaken. He'd seemed so normal just minutes before. We'd been chatting, waiting our turn like it was any other day. And now this. When it was all over, the woman who'd been next in line after him shook her head when I told her it was her turn. Said she couldn't. Said she'd wait or find another place. I didn't blame her. The air in that little hallway felt heavy, like it still held the echoes of what had just happened. But my need hadn't gone away. If anything, it was worse now, the adrenaline making my guts twist even tighter. I went in, shut the door behind me, and let it all out. It was hands down the most intense, relieving bathroom experience of my life, in the filthiest gas station restroom I've ever set foot in. The kind where you don't want to touch anything, but you're past the point of caring. I sat there afterward, head in my hands, trying to process it all. The sound of his screams, the look in his eyes, the way everything can change in a heartbeat. I realized how fragile it all is, how a random delay, a wrong turn, a desperate need for a bathroom can put you in the middle of someone else's worst moment. I cleaned up as best I could, washed my hands in a sink that barely worked, and walked out into the hot afternoon, feeling like the world had shifted somehow. Like I'd seen behind the curtain for a second, caught a glimpse of how close chaos always is. I climbed back into my truck, sat there for a minute, just breathing, staring at the dashboard. Then I started it up and went on to the next job, trying to shake off the weight of it, but knowing I never really would. And that was that. No ghosts, no monsters, just real life. And sometimes, that's scarier than anything else. When we first moved into the house I grew up in, I didn't think anything of it at first. I was just a kid, probably around 6 years old. And to me, moving to a new house was this big, exciting adventure. The house was bigger than our old one, and it felt like there was so much more space to explore. My room was at one end of the house, down a narrow hallway with wood floors that creaked no matter how lightly you stepped. My parents' room was on the other end of the house, and between us was the living room and kitchen. It wasn't a huge house, but it felt huge to me back then. The first time it happened, I was sitting on the floor in my room playing with my Legos. I remember the sun was still out, though it was starting to set, and that soft orange light was filling my room through the window. I was focused on building this spaceship I had imagined in my head when I heard my dad's voice call my name. It wasn't loud, just a normal voice, like he wanted me to come over to him for something. It came from the direction of their room, so I left my Legos where they were and walked down the hallway. I remember being careful where I stepped because I didn't want to make too much noise on the creaky floor. When I got to their room, I stood in the doorway and asked what they wanted. Both of them were there, my dad reading something on his bed and my mom folding laundry. They both looked up at me, a bit confused. My dad asked what I was talking about. I told him I heard him call my name. He shook his head and said he hadn't called me. My mom said she hadn't either. I didn't think too much of it that time. Maybe I imagined it, I thought. I went back to my room and kept building my spaceship. But it happened again. A few days later, same sort of situation. I was in my room, maybe drawing or reading this time, and I heard my dad's voice again, calling my name. Again, I went to their room, and again they told me they hadn't called me. This started happening regularly. Not every day, but every few days. Always my dad's voice, always from their end of the house. Sometimes it would happen in the afternoon when the house was filled with that warm light. Other times it would happen when it was getting dark, and I'd have to turn on my bedroom light because the shadows in the corners started to feel too thick. After a while, I started to think they were playing a joke on me. I was just a kid, and I couldn't think of any other explanation. Maybe they were trying to mess with me for fun. Maybe they were trying to see how many times I'd fall for it. I didn't think they were mean people, but it seemed like the only reason why this kept happening. I'd hear my name, I'd go to them, and they'd say they hadn't called me. I started paying extra attention when it happened, trying to catch them somehow in the act, but I never did. Then came that night that I still think about. I don't remember what day it was, or even what time it was exactly, but it was after dinner. I remember because I was still wearing the t-shirt I had spilled some juice on during dinner, and I hadn't bothered to change yet. I was in my room, sitting on the floor, doing something. I think I was sorting through some of my toys. The house was quiet except for the sound of the washing machine running somewhere in the distance. Then, just like all the other times, I heard my name. This time it was my dad's voice again, coming from the direction of their bedroom. I got up and walked over to their room. My bare feet made soft sounds on the wood floor, and I remember the hallway felt longer than usual for some reason. When I stepped into their room, both of them were there. My dad was sitting on the bed reading. My mom was brushing her hair in front of the mirror. I opened my mouth to ask them what they wanted, but before I could say anything, I heard it again. My mom's voice calling my name. But it wasn't coming from the room I was in. It was coming from the living room, all the way on the other side of the house. I froze right there in their doorway. I remember this strange cold feeling spreading through my chest. I didn't understand how I was hearing my mom's voice from the living room when I could see her sitting right there in front of me. There was no way they were messing with me. There was no way they could be playing some kind of trick. My mom looked up at me in the mirror and asked if I was okay. I just nodded and went back to my room, but I didn't really play with my toys after that. I just sat on my bed, listening to the house, trying to hear if anything else would happen. After that night, I didn't tell anyone about it for a long time. Not because I was scared to, but because I didn't think anyone would believe me. I even started to question myself. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe I was hearing things because I was tired, or because the house made weird noises and my brain turned them into voices. I didn't really have any answers, so I just kept it to myself. As I got older, I still heard it now and then. Not as often, but once in a while, usually at night when the house was quiet. I'd be in bed, half asleep, and I'd hear my name called softly from somewhere else in the house. I'd always lay there, listening, not sure if I should get up or just ignore it. Most of the time, I stayed in bed, figuring it was better not to go wandering around in the dark. It wasn't until my brother started having health issues that I started thinking about it seriously again. He was a few years older than me, and when he was in his late teens, he started falling asleep at odd times, or feeling exhausted even when he hadn't done much. After a lot of doctor visits and tests, they told him he had partial narcolepsy. One of the things the doctor said was that some people with narcolepsy can have oral hallucinations. Basically, they can hear things that aren't there, especially when they're really tired. That stuck with me. I started wondering if maybe that was what had happened to me. Maybe all those times I heard voices calling my name, I was just hearing things because my brain was playing tricks on me. I didn't want to guess, so I talked to my parents about it for the first time. I told them about all the times I'd heard voices calling me, how I thought they were messing with me, and how that night when I heard my mom's voice from the living room while she was right in front of me really scared me. They looked surprised, but they didn't have any answers. My dad said maybe it was just the house settling, or the way sound traveled through the walls, but even he didn't seem convinced. My mom asked if I wanted to see a doctor, just in case. I said yes, and they took me to get checked out. I went through the tests. I talked to the doctor about what I'd heard, when it started, how often it happened. I answered all their questions honestly, even when I felt embarrassed about it. In the end, they told me I was fine. No sign of narcolepsy, no sign of any kind of sleep disorder or hallucinations. Everything about me was normal. I remember feeling relieved, but also confused. If I was fine, then why had I heard those voices for so many years? I tried to forget about it after that. I left home, went to college, started living my own life. But even now, when I go back to visit my parents and stay overnight in that house, it still happens. Not every time, but enough that I notice. I'll be laying in the old bed in my old room, the house completely silent, and I'll hear it. My name, called softly, from somewhere else in the house. Sometimes it sounds like my dad, sometimes like my mom, always from a place where I know they aren't. I don't get out of bed anymore when I hear it. I just lay there listening, waiting for it to stop. And it always does after a few moments. I don't have an explanation for it. I don't think it's anything supernatural. I think it's just something about that house, or maybe something about the way I remember that house. Maybe it's the sounds of the house itself, the creaks and groans of wooden pipes, and my brain still turns them into voices because that's what it learned to do when I was a kid. I've talked to my brother about it now, and he says he never heard anything like that growing up. Neither did my parents. Just me. And the funny thing is, I don't feel scared of it anymore. It's just part of what that house is to me. A place full of memories, good and bad. A place where the floors creak, the walls make noises at night, and sometimes I still hear my name called softly from the dark. When I was a child, I lived in an old Victorian house with my mother. The house itself had a strange feeling about it. Even back then, though at the time I couldn't have explained why. I think now, looking back, it was the way the house seemed to never really settle. Even in the stillness of night, there were always small creaks, soft thuds, and the gentle sound of the wind pressing against the walls like it wanted to get in. The ceilings were high, the windows tall, and the floorboards uneven. The house had been around for generations, long before we moved in, and it showed in the way it groaned and shifted, as if tired from standing for so long. My mother worked long hours to keep us afloat, and most nights it was just the two of us in that house. I didn't think much of it at the time. It was just the way life was. She would tuck me in, kiss my forehead, and tell me good night before going back downstairs to finish whatever she had left from the day. I always felt safe when she was nearby, but when she left the room, that was when things felt different. I must have been about 5 or 6 when it started. The first time I heard the laughing, I thought it was just part of a dream. I remember waking up to the sound, soft at first, like it was far away. It was the kind of laugh that sounded light and cheerful at first, almost like the way kids laugh when they're playing together. But as I lay there, staring up at the ceiling, I started to realize that it wasn't coming from my dream at all. It was coming from the hallway, right outside my room. I pulled the blanket up to my chin and held my breath, listening. The laughing would come and go, drifting in and out like someone walking up and down the hall, stopping just outside my door and then moving away again. I stayed as still as I could, hoping that whoever it was wouldn't come in. Eventually, the sound faded, and I must have fallen back asleep. The next morning, I told my mom about it at breakfast, and she smiled and said it was probably the television left on too late. But we didn't have a TV upstairs, and downstairs I knew she always turned it off before bed. Still, I didn't argue. I wanted to believe her. The nights went on, and the laughing didn't stop. Some nights it was so faint I almost convinced myself it wasn't real. Other nights, it was loud enough that I was sure someone was standing right outside my door. I started sleeping with the blanket pulled over my head, peeking out only enough to see the crack of light from the hallway where my door never quite shut all the way. I would stare at that crack for hours sometimes, waiting, listening. I never saw anything, but the sound was always there. Then there was the night that changed everything. I remember it as clearly as if it happened yesterday. I woke up again to the sound of laughing, but this time, it wasn't coming from the hallway. It was in my room. I froze. My heart started to race, and I felt this heavy feeling in my chest like I couldn't take a deep breath. I tried to sit up, thinking maybe if I turned on the light it would stop. Maybe I could scare it away, but as I tried to push myself up, I felt it. Hands. Large hands pressing down on my shoulders. I couldn't see them, but I could feel them. The weight was real. The grip was real. The fingers dug into my skin hard enough that I could feel where they were holding me down. I couldn't move. The laughing seemed louder now, close to my ear, like someone leaning over me. I don't know how long I stayed like that, unable to move, unable to breathe right. It felt like forever. My eyes burned from trying to keep them open, trying to see anything in the dark. I was too scared to blink, too scared to look away. Finally, I found my voice and I screamed. I screamed as loud as I could, over and over, until I heard my mother's footsteps pounding up the stairs. The door burst open, and she ran to my bedside, switching on the lamp. The room filled with warm light, and the laughing stopped. The hands were gone. I could move again. I remember shaking so hard I could barely sit up. My mother wrapped her arms around me, rocking me gently, whispering that it was just a bad dream. But I knew it wasn't. I felt the pain in my shoulders, sharp and deep like I had been grabbed too hard. I told her through sobs that my shoulders hurt, and she pulled back, lifting my shirt to look. The look on her face changed. She didn't say anything at first, just stared at the marks. 2 large handprints, clear as day, red and already starting to bruise, one on each shoulder where I had felt the grip. She didn't say much that night after that. She just kept me close, let me sleep in her bed, and held me until morning. I don't remember us talking about it much after that either. Life went on. The laughing stopped after that night. I never heard it again, but the house still creaked and shifted. The wind still pressed against the walls, and I still slept with the blanket pulled up to my chin for years after. I grew up. We moved out of that house when I was around 10. I didn't think about it much after that. It became one of those strange memories that felt like a dream, something from a time so long ago it almost didn't feel real anymore. The handprints faded, of course, and life got busy with school, friends, and everything else that comes with growing up. Years later, as an adult, I found myself back in my hometown visiting my mom. We were sitting at the kitchen table, talking about all sorts of things, just the way you do when you haven't seen someone for a while. And somehow, that night came up. I didn't plan to bring it up. It just slipped out, like mentioning a childhood nightmare you hadn't thought of in years. I said something like, "Do you remember that night in the old house when I thought something grabbed me?" The change in her face was instant. The color drained from her cheeks, and for a moment she just stared at me like she didn't know what to say. Then she looked down at her hands on the table and shook her head. I remember exactly what she said. She said, "I don't want to remember that." And that was it. She didn't say anything more. She didn't look at me again for a long time, just sat there quiet, like the weight of that memory was too much to carry again. It left me thinking. All those years, I had convinced myself that maybe I had imagined it, that maybe it was some trick of a child's mind half asleep in a creaky old house. But my mother's reaction told me otherwise. She had seen those marks. She had felt that fear too. And she didn't want to remember, because remembering meant facing something we couldn't explain, something that didn't fit neatly into the world we knew. I don't believe in ghosts. I never have. Even after everything, I still don't. But I do believe in the strange things that can happen in old places, in the weight of history, in the way houses can hold on to the past. Maybe there was an explanation. Maybe the old house shifted in a way that trapped me in place, and my mind filled in the rest. Maybe the marks were from my own hands in some way I can't quite understand. Or maybe something else happened that night that neither of us wants to think about too hard. Whatever it was, it stayed with me. I still think about that house sometimes. I think about the tall windows and the uneven floors, the sound of the wind pushing at the walls, and the way the night felt heavier there. I think about how small I felt in that big house, and how even now, as an adult, that memory can still make my skin crawl. And I think about my mother's face when I reminded her. That, more than anything, stays with me. The way her face went pale, the way she looked down at her hands, the way she didn't want to talk about it. It told me that whatever happened that night, it was real. Real enough that we both carried it with us, even if we never spoke of it again. We moved on. Life went on. But sometimes late at night, when the house I live in now creaks or the wind presses against the walls, I remember. And I pull the blanket up a little higher, just in case. I arrived at the gated community near Branson, Missouri, early in the morning. The air was cool, and the sun hadn't quite burned through the thin mist that hovered above the ground. The houses in that place weren't just big, they were massive. Big windows, balconies, stone walls, and sharp, clean lines. Everything about the neighborhood felt expensive, like even the grass cost more than I could afford. The house I was delivering to was halfway up a hill, with the fourth floor flush with the driveway because of the steep slope of the land. The rest of the house fell away down the hill behind it, stacked up like a giant's toy blocks. I'd delivered hot tubs to places like this before. People with more money than I'd ever see ordering massive tubs for their Mountain View decks or their private pools. But something about this job already felt different. Maybe it was the size of the house. Maybe it was the way the workers were hustling around, hammering and sawing, calling out measurements and orders like they were racing the clock. Or maybe it was the way the driveway felt so narrow with the steep drop just a few feet away. Either way, I had a pit in my stomach before I even unloaded the dolly. I met with the construction workers out front. They were the ones who would tell me where the tub was going since the contractor wasn't around. They pointed out the path. From the drive, I'd have to lower the hot tub down into the yard, drag it up a makeshift ramp to the back porch, push it through the living room, and out the back doors onto the deck. Sounded simple enough, at least on paper, but I could already tell it wouldn't be. When I finally got eyes on that deck, my gut tightened. They'd only finished the bare minimum. A narrow strip of boards ran from the patio doors straight across to the far corner where the tub would sit. No railing, no edge protection, nothing but open air on the sides. And the drop? For stories straight down onto jagged rocks and boulders at the bottom of the hill. I stood there for a long moment, just staring at that gap, feeling my heart thudding in my chest. But the job was the job. I'd done harder things. I'd moved these 900-pound tubs into spots you wouldn't think possible. And it wasn't like I had a choice. So I got to work. The workers offered to help, and for once, I didn't argue. Moving the tub down into the yard wasn't too bad, though the dolly bounced and jarred against the slope, making my arms ache. Getting it up the ramp to the porch took muscle, sweat, and more than a few curses muttered under my breath. Through the living room we went, the dolly creaking under the weight, leaving faint scuffs on the new floor that I knew would have to be buffed out later. Then we reached the deck, the part I'd been dreading. We pushed the tub out onto that narrow strip of boards, the dolly's tires thudding over the gaps between them. I kept my eyes forward, refusing to look at the drop even though I could feel it beside me, a vast emptiness pulling at my nerves. Every step I took felt like walking a tightrope, the weight of the tub tipping the balance one way or another. When we reached the corner, I took a breath. Normally, this was the easy part. I'd tilt the tub, rest it on my lap, unstrap it, and lower it gently. But the contractor didn't want it laid flat yet. Said it was safer to leave it on its edge for now. I tried to explain that it would be harder to get the dolly out that way, but he wasn't there to argue with. The workers just said they were following orders. I had a plan. I always did. We'd use blocks to prop up one side of the dolly, tilt the tub, pop the straps, and ease the dolly out. Then we'd reverse the process and set the tub down safe. I'd done it before, but never with so little space. The deck barely gave me enough room to stand, let alone maneuver 900 pounds of dead weight. My boots were inches from the edge as it was. We started. The blocks went under, and I tilted the tub, feeling its weight shift, pressing into my arms. The dolly on one side came free with some effort. I told everyone to freeze. I needed to adjust my stance. My feet shuffled back, just enough that my heels hung off the deck. My heart pounded so loud I could hear it in my ears. I could feel the empty space behind me, the wind brushing up my back like a warning. One wrong move, and I'd be over. But I kept calm. I'd been in tight spots before. I focused on the task. The workers at my sides kept the tub steady, while the others worked on freeing the other side of the dolly. One guy fiddled uselessly with a strap that would later tie the tub down. I wanted to bark at him to help where it mattered, but I kept my mouth shut. One thing at a time. Then it happened. One of the guys working the dolly got impatient. Maybe he was tired. Maybe he thought he was helping. I don't know. But he kicked at the corner of the tub, trying to pop it free. It worked, but not the way we needed. The tub shifted suddenly. All that weight leaned toward me, fast and heavy. I didn't have my feet planted yet. My balance was off. I felt myself going. My boots slid. My arms flailed, windmilling, trying to grab at something, anything. The edge of the deck was right there, and then it was gone beneath me. I could see the boulders below, sharp and waiting, like the earth itself had teeth. For a second, time slowed. I felt the air rush past me as my heels lost contact with wood. My back arched, my chest heaved. I knew I was falling. I knew I was done. There was no saving me from that drop. The workers couldn't reach me. My hands clawed at empty space. But then, something stopped me. A force slammed into the small of my back, jarring me forward. Instead of falling into the void, I was thrown back into the tub. My arms wrapped around it like it was a life preserver in a storm. My breath came in gasps, my heart raced. I didn't understand what had just happened. The dolly came free, and the tub settled upright with me still hugging it, trembling, sweat pouring down my face. When I finally caught my breath, I looked around. The strap the useless guy had been playing with was stretched tight across the gap. He'd secured one end to the house without anyone noticing. When I fell, it was hanging loose behind me. He saw me go and yanked it tight, catching me like a net. It wasn't meant for that. It wasn't designed to hold a man's weight. But it did, just long enough to save my life. We finished the job after that, but I moved like a ghost, my mind replaying the fall over and over. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the rocks waiting below, felt the wind against my back, felt the sick lurch in my gut as gravity took me. I thanked the worker 100 times before I left, but it didn't feel like enough. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking about how close I'd come. I thought about my wife and daughter, how they wouldn't have known what happened until they got the call. I thought about how a man who I'd thought was wasting time had saved me, just by doing what he could in the moment. The next day, I made a decision. I'd been planning a surprise Christmas trip for my wife and daughter, a getaway to Breckenridge, Colorado. I'd saved for months, imagining the look on their faces when I told them. But that worker, he deserved it more. I didn't tell my family. They never knew. I called up the man, got his details, and paid for the whole thing. Sent him, his wife, and his kid on a vacation they'd never forget. It was the least I could do. Life went on after that. I kept delivering hot tubs, kept working, kept providing for my family. But that day never left me. Sometimes when I'm alone on a high deck or looking down from a rooftop, I feel that same rush of air, that same sense of falling, and I remember the man who saved me. Not because he had to, not because it was his job, just because he could, and because in that moment, when it mattered most, he acted. A few years ago, I had one of those weekends where I just needed to clear my head. Life had been piling up, the usual stuff, nothing too dramatic, but enough that I felt restless. I remember waking up that Saturday, the sky was a flat gray, and the air was cool, with that smell that comes before rain. I grabbed my jacket, my boots, and decided to take a long walk through the woods near my place. I'd been there plenty of times before, but that day I wanted to go a bit deeper, off the main paths where people usually stuck to. I don't know why exactly. Maybe I was chasing quiet. Maybe I just wanted to be alone. The woods were thick with early autumn smells, damp leaves, wet earth, and something faintly sweet from the last of the wildflowers. The ground was soft, and the further I went, the less the noise of the town seemed to follow me. No cars, no voices, just the occasional bird or the rustle of small animals in the undergrowth. It felt good at first. I felt like I could finally breathe without the weight of everything on my shoulders. I don't know how long I walked, maybe an hour, maybe more. I wasn't paying attention to time. The trees started closing in, the light getting dimmer, even though it wasn't late yet. That's when I noticed the smell. It hit me all at once. A heavy, sickly sweet stench that didn't fit with the woods. It wasn't flowers or rotting leaves. It was thicker than that, clinging to the back of my throat, making my stomach turn. Curiosity got the better of me. I pushed through a patch of tangled undergrowth, thorns scratching at my jacket and hands. I kept going because something felt off, and I wanted to see what it was. Maybe it was a dead animal. That's what I told myself. But I think even then, I knew it wasn't. I found him there. A man, his body half hidden under the low branches of a pine, like the woods were trying to cover him up. He wasn't fresh. His skin was bloated, stretched tight in some places, splitting in others. The colors were what struck me most: green, black, hints of purple. His face was barely a face anymore, swollen and distorted, lips pulled back from his teeth. His eyes, or where his eyes had been, were just empty holes, dark and wet-looking. There were insects everywhere. The ground around him moved with them, and there were signs that animals had found him too. His hands, his legs, there were bites, patches where the flesh was just gone. I froze. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. For a few seconds, I couldn't think, couldn't move. The smell was everywhere, thick enough that I could almost taste it. I stumbled back a step, tripped over a root, and nearly fell. I fumbled for my phone, hands shaking, and called the police. I remember trying to keep my voice steady, telling them where I was as best I could, describing landmarks, trails I'd passed. The dispatcher told me to stay put, to wait there until officers arrived. So I waited. What else could I do? I couldn't just leave him there alone, not now. I found a fallen log a few feet away, far enough that I didn't have to see the worst of him, but close enough that I was still keeping watch like they'd told me. I sat down, pulling my jacket tighter around me, the cold starting to sink in as the afternoon wore on. Time passed slowly. The light kept fading, the gray of the sky deepening into something darker, heavier. The woods grew quieter. No birds, no small animals, just the sound of the wind moving through the trees, and somewhere, water dripping steadily, like the woods themselves were holding their breath. I tried not to look at him, but my eyes kept drifting back. Every shift of the shadows made me think I saw him move. But he didn't, of course. It was just my mind playing tricks. As it got darker, everything seemed to close in. The trees, the shadows, even the smell seemed stronger in the cooler air. I kept glancing down the path where the police would come from, but there was nothing. Just the woods and me and him. I started thinking about who he'd been. What had led him here, to this spot, to this end? His clothes were simple. Jeans, a jacket, boots. Nothing special. Nothing that told me anything about him. But he'd chosen this place. I figured that much. It wasn't somewhere you stumbled on by accident. It was too deep in, too hidden. He'd wanted to be alone. And I disturbed that. That thought stuck with me. After what felt like hours, I finally saw the flicker of flashlights in the distance. Relief flooded through me. So strong my legs felt weak when I stood up. The officers arrived, their voices calm but firm, asking me to step back, to tell them what I'd seen, what I'd done. They thanked me for waiting, for not leaving him. I remember one of them giving me a look, a quiet nod that said more than words could. They took over. I stayed while they worked, answering questions, watching as they marked the scene, took photos, covered the body. It turned out he'd taken his own life. The details didn't matter, not really. What mattered was that he'd come here, to this quiet, hidden place, to end things. I don't know why. I never found out. Maybe no one ever did. But that night changed something in me. I thought I'd walk it off, shake it off like a bad dream. But it stayed with me. I started dreaming about him. At first, it was just seeing him again, the way I'd found him. Then the dreams grew darker. I'd see him standing at the edge of the woods, watching me. Or I'd see him lying there, but his head would turn, those empty sockets fixing on me. There was never any talking, not really. Just this feeling in the dreams that he was angry, that I'd intruded, that I'd taken something from him by finding him. I'd wake up sweating, heart racing, unable to shake the image of his face, that terrible face, from my mind. The dreams kept coming, not every night, but often enough that I started dreading sleep. I didn't tell anyone at first. What could I say? It sounded crazy, but the weight of it built up. I started avoiding the woods. I'd cross the street rather than walk past the edge of them. The smell of damp earth made me feel sick. I kept seeing him, not just in dreams but in flashes, in shadows, in the corner of my eye. But he wasn't there. I knew that. It was just my mind, replaying it, refusing to let it go. Over time, it got easier. The dreams became less frequent, the images less sharp. I could go near the woods again, though I never went deep in, not like before. And the few times I tried, I'd get that feeling again, that I didn't belong, that I was trespassing. So I stayed away. It's been years now, and still sometimes he comes back in my dreams. Not as often, and not as vivid, but enough that I remember. Enough that I still feel it when I wake up, the weight of that day, the smell, the sight, the silence of the woods as night fell around me. I remind myself that I didn't do anything wrong. I found him. I called for help. I stayed. But part of me still wonders if that was what he wanted. I've come to terms with it, mostly. I know the mind holds on to things, especially things that shock us, that scar us. It's natural, I guess. I've spoken to people about it since then, friends, even a counselor for a while. And that helped. Talking about it helped me understand that it wasn't him in my dreams. It was my own fear, my own guilt maybe, even though I had nothing to feel guilty for. But I don't go wandering off the beaten path anymore. I stick to the trails, the places where people go. I don't go looking for quiet in the deep woods. I've learned that some places want to be left alone, and maybe some people do too. I still think about him sometimes, not as the swollen, broken figure I found, but as the man he must have been before. Someone who, for reasons I'll never know, came to that quiet place to end his story. I hope he found peace, whatever that means. And I hope, in some way, I helped by making sure he wasn't left there, forgotten for good. I was 17 and fresh off getting my driver's license. And like most kids that age, I felt like I had just been handed the keys to the world. Every drive felt like freedom. I didn't even care where I was going most of the time. I just wanted to be behind the wheel, music up, windows down, and the road stretching out in front of me. I was working part-time back then, trying to save up for college, or maybe just to have cash for weekends. The job wasn't anything special, just stocking shelves at a local hardware store. But it meant I got to drive to and from work on my own terms, which made it worth it. There was this one route I took home that wound past mostly empty lots and half-developed properties, the kind of places where developers had big dreams and then ran out of money or interest. One of those places stood out to me from the first time I passed it. It was this giant house. Well, what was supposed to be a house, anyway? It was more like the skeleton of a house. No windows, no doors, just framing and some of the outer walls. The place looked like it had been abandoned mid-construction years ago. Weeds and grass had grown up high around it, and the driveway was cracked and starting to disappear under dirt and plants. Every time I drove by it, I felt my curiosity pulling at me. It was set back from the road far enough that you couldn't see much more than its outline through the trees, but what you could see gave you the impression of something massive. It didn't look like a house people would live in. It looked like something someone built to show off, then forgot about. I started thinking it would be the perfect place for one of those parties my friends and I always talked about. You know how it is at that age, finding some abandoned building or old house to hang out in, drinking cheap beer, and pretending to be tougher or cooler than you actually were. One night, after work, I mentioned the house to my buddy Ryan. He was one of those guys who was always up for anything, the type that would say yes before you even finished explaining the idea. We were supposed to catch a movie that evening, but we had some time to kill, so I told him I wanted to show him the house. He didn't even hesitate. It was summer, so even though it was getting close to 9 at night, the sun was only just starting to set. That golden light was fading fast, the sky slipping from orange to purple, and shadows were starting to stretch across everything. I remember the air was thick with that warm, heavy feeling that always comes just before night really settles in during summer. I pulled my car up the long, cracked driveway, tires crunching over bits of loose gravel and dried leaves. I clicked my headlights on because the light was fading faster than I'd expected, and the place felt even more eerie in the dim. The house, if you could call it that, looked even bigger up close. You could see straight through the empty window frames and doorways. There was no glass, no doors, nothing to block the view through the hollow shell. The inside was just open space, beams and boards casting weird shadows in the fading light. We didn't even get out of the car. I think both of us felt the weight of the place as soon as we pulled up. There was a stillness to it that made your skin crawl a little, like the place was holding its breath, waiting for something. We sat there for maybe 10 seconds. I had my foot hovering over the brake, engine idling, and I remember thinking, yeah, this place is perfect for a party. And at the same time, something deep down in my gut told me we shouldn't be there. I backed out slowly, not wanting to kick up too much dust or make any noise. We eased back down the driveway toward the main road, the tension in the car thick enough to taste. Ryan wasn't saying anything, and neither was I. It wasn't like we were scared, exactly. Just on edge, like we'd interrupted something by pulling up there. And that's when the headlights appeared behind us. At first I didn't think anything of it. It was just a pair of headlights coming down the road behind us, nothing strange about that. But as they got closer, I realized they weren't just following at a normal distance. The truck, I could tell by the height of the lights and the shape of the grille when it got close enough, was right on my bumper, high beams blinding us in the mirrors. I tried to focus on the road, tried to tell myself it was just some local pissed off that we'd turned around on his property or something. But this truck wasn't just following us. It was right there, too close for comfort, so close I couldn't even see the grille anymore in the rear view, just a wall of bright light. The road out to the main highway wasn't long, maybe half a mile, but it felt like forever. I kept my speed steady, didn't want to do anything to provoke whoever was back there. Ryan kept glancing over his shoulder, his face pale in the dashboard glow. We hit the stoplight at the main road. I flicked on my signal and made a right, relieved to be on a busier stretch of road. That relief lasted all of 2 seconds. The truck didn't follow us onto the road like a normal person would. Instead, it cut across the corner, blasting through the gas station lot, and swung out in front of us so fast I had to slam on the brakes to keep from hitting it. Tires squealed. My heart felt like it was going to punch its way out of my chest. Before I could even think about backing up or going around, the driver's door of the truck swung open, and this massive guy stepped out. He wasn't just big. He was the kind of big that makes you feel small no matter who you are. Broad shoulders, thick arms, heavy boots that thudded on the pavement as he came toward us. I remember the way he moved, deliberate, not in any kind of hurry, like he already knew we weren't going anywhere. I looked around, expecting anyone to be nearby. It was a main road, for God's sake. There was always traffic, people getting gas, somebody walking their dog, or coming out of the convenience store. But tonight, nothing. It was like the world had cleared out just for this moment. He stopped at my window, leaned down so his face was level with mine. His face was rough, like it had seen a lot of sun and wind, and his eyes were small and dark. He didn't look angry exactly, just cold, like he was sizing me up, deciding what I was worth. I didn't even think. I rolled the window down partway, heart hammering so loud I could barely hear myself speak. Before he could say anything, I blurted out that we'd just been making a U-turn. That was it, just a U-turn. We didn't mean anything by it, didn't mean to trespass or whatever. He stared at us for what felt like forever. The air between us felt heavy, like the whole world was holding still, waiting to see what would happen next. Then, just like that, he smiled. It wasn't a warm smile. not one that made you feel any better. It was tight, like he was humoring us. He stepped back, gave a little nod, and waved us on. I didn't wait for him to change his mind. I eased past his truck, turned onto the highway, and didn't look back. I kept driving until we were miles away, until the lights of town started to fill the car again, and it felt like we could breathe. Ryan finally spoke then, voice shaky. He asked what the hell that had been about, but I didn't have an answer. Neither of us did. I never went back to that house. Every time I passed it after that, I felt that same weight, that same quiet warning in my gut. The house stayed unfinished, year after year. No workers, no for sale signs, nothing. Just sitting there, half-built, like it was waiting for something or someone. I don't know what that guy was protecting, and I don't want to know. All I know is that we weren't supposed to be there, and we were lucky to get out of it as easy as we did. Now, every time someone starts talking about exploring abandoned places or looking for spots to party, I tell them the same thing. Don't. Just don't. Because you never know who's watching, and you never know what you might be walking into. When I think back to that day, it all comes flooding into my mind like it just happened yesterday. I was about 7 years old, just a kid, and my 2 older brothers and I had gone out to this area we always liked to play in. It wasn't anything official, nothing fancy, just a stretch of open land that people around our town used as an unofficial motocross spot. The dirt was torn up from the bike tires, mounds and dips everywhere, with tire tracks crisscrossing through the hard-packed ground. There were patches where grass tried to grow, but mostly it was just dust and dry earth, baked hard by the sun. It was one of those summer days where the air felt dry and hot, the kind that makes the dirt smell stronger and the sun feel like it's pressing down on you. I remember how the dust would kick up with every step, hanging in the air and catching in your throat. My brothers and I had spent the morning running up and down the mounds, sliding down the loose slopes, pretending we were on bikes, or that we were explorers or soldiers or whatever new adventure came into our heads. We always managed to find something to do out there, even with no toys, no bikes, just the land and our imagination. I don't remember exactly whose idea it was to dig a tunnel, but knowing us, it probably started as some harmless digging. Maybe one of us kicked at the dirt and noticed how soft it was in a certain spot, or maybe we decided it would be cool to have a hideout, like in the movies. Whatever sparked it, we all got into it fast. Before long, we were digging in turns, using our hands, sticks, an old rusty garden trowel one of my brothers had found at home. The ground there was dry on top, but once we got under that first crust, it turned softer, easier to scoop out. We didn't think twice about whether it was safe or smart. We were kids. We thought we could do anything. It took hours. The sun rose higher and hotter. We were covered in sweat and dirt, our hands filthy, nails packed with earth. Our clothes were brown with dust, and our hair was matted to our heads. We didn't care. We were proud of what we were building. We took turns crawling in, pushing the dirt further out, trying to make it deeper and deeper. By the time we were done, or at least by the time we decided it was good enough, we dug in about 6 feet. The tunnel wasn't very tall, maybe 2 feet high, just enough to crawl through on your belly. It felt like a fort, like something secret, something ours. At some point, I was the one inside, right up at the end, lying on my stomach, my face inches from the packed dirt wall at the back. I remember the smell of the earth, that damp, rich smell that fills your nose when you're that close to the ground. I remember how the air felt cooler inside the tunnel compared to the blazing heat outside. And then, in a split second, everything changed. It happened so fast. There was no warning, no crack or groan to tell me what was about to happen. One moment I was looking at the dirt face in front of me, thinking about what to dig next, and the next the world went black. The tunnel collapsed. The roof, the walls, everything gave way and poured down on top of me. It felt like the ground itself swallowed me up. The dirt wasn't loose and soft anymore. It was heavy, crushingly heavy, like the weight of the whole world pressing down on me. I couldn't see. I couldn't move. I couldn't even scream. The dirt filled every space, packed in around my body so tight I couldn't lift my arms, couldn't turn my head. My hands were near my face, but they were pinned in place. I tried to push, to clear the soil away, but nothing happened. The more I struggled, the more the dirt seemed to close in on me, as if it was tightening its grip. My mouth filled with dirt, choking me, making me cough. And when I coughed, I felt my stomach contract, the little space I had inside my chest shrinking even more. Breathing became harder, shallower, and every breath I tried to take seemed to pull more dirt into my mouth and nose. The heat was the worst part. The dirt wasn't cold or even cool anymore. It was hot, furnace hot. It felt like I was trapped inside an oven, like the earth itself was cooking me alive. And the darkness, that total, complete blackness, started to turn red. At first, I thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but the red glow became stronger, like a fire burning inside my head. I didn't understand what was happening. All I could think was that I had died and was going to hell. That was what my young mind thought. The heat, the darkness, the weight, it all added up to that terrible idea that I was being dragged down into the earth, never to come back. Time stopped making sense. I don't know how long I was buried like that. It felt like forever, like years went by while I lay there unable to move, unable to breathe properly, unable to do anything but feel the crushing dirt and the burning heat. My heart pounded so hard I could hear it in my ears, feel it in my head. My vision, not that I could see anything in the first place, was filled with that red glow, pulsing with each heartbeat. I was sure I was going to die. There was no way out. No one could find me under all that dirt. No one would even know where to look. I was certain I was going to be left there, lost and forgotten under the ground. Then, out of nowhere, I felt something grab my foot. At first, I didn't believe it. I thought it was my mind playing tricks on me again, some last hope my brain clung to before the end. But then the grip tightened, and I felt the tug. My brothers. Somehow, they had seen the collapse, had realized I was trapped, and had started digging like mad. They must have been using their hands, scooping out the dirt as fast as they could, not caring about anything except getting me out. The feeling of being pulled free was the best thing I've ever felt. The weight started to lessen bit by bit as they cleared the dirt from around me. The air felt cooler again, fresher, and I gasped for it like I'd never tasted air before. My face broke through the surface, and the bright sunlight hit my eyes so hard it hurt, but I didn't care. I sucked in breath after breath, coughing out dirt, my chest heaving. My brothers kept pulling, kept digging, until they had me out completely. I was shaking all over. My arms and legs felt like jelly. I couldn't believe I was still alive. I looked down at myself. I was covered head to toe in dirt, my clothes caked with it, my hair full of it. My mouth tasted like mud, and I'd wet myself, though I barely noticed it at the time. My body had just given up trying to hold it in during the terror of it all. We didn't say anything to each other. We didn't need to. The looks on our faces said it all. We knew how close it had been. We knew how bad it could have turned out. We didn't want to get in trouble, didn't want our parents to find out, so we just walked home. I remember the feeling of the dirt drying on my skin as we made our way back, cracking and flaking off in patches. When we got home, I went straight to the hose. The water was cold, but I let it wash over me, cleaning off the dirt, the sweat, the fear. It felt good, like I was washing away the whole experience. We never talked about it much after that. It became one of those things we all remembered, but didn't want to bring up. A reminder of how a fun day could have ended in tragedy. I never tried digging a tunnel again. And every time I see dirt like that, soft and easy to dig, I feel a shiver run down my spine. The memory comes back, clear as ever, of the heat, the weight, the darkness. And I remind myself how lucky I was that day, how lucky I am to be here to even remember it. I remember that day so clearly even though so many years have passed. I was about 10 or 11, and I was off school because I wasn't feeling well. Nothing serious, just one of those colds that make you feel tired and achy, and my parents thought it was best I stay home and rest. Both of them had work that day. They tried to see if they could get the day off, or at least come home early, but it just wasn't possible. Before they left, they reminded me again and again not to answer the door for anyone. My mom especially made sure to give me that talk about strangers, the same one she always did. But this time I actually listened carefully because I felt vulnerable being home alone like that. I wasn't scared at that point, just tired and a bit annoyed that I had to stay inside when it was such a nice day outside. I remember lying on the couch in the front room, wrapped in a blanket, watching the cartoons that were on at that time of the morning. That front room had a big bay window that faced the street. It was one of those big old Victorian houses with high ceilings and big windows that made the room feel open. The window looked out directly onto the main road. Across the road was a row of shops. It was busy out there, people going about their day, walking to the shops, waiting at the bus stop, and just passing by. At first, I didn't mind it, but after a while, I started feeling a bit awkward. It was as if the people outside could see right into the house and right at me lying there. Every time someone walked past, I felt exposed, like they could see I was alone in the house. I didn't like that feeling at all, so I decided to pull the curtains over a little, just enough to block the view, but still let a bit of light in. As I stood up to do that, I noticed a man on the other side of the road. He stood out to me right away, though at first, I couldn't quite figure out why. He looked like he was in his late 40s or maybe early 50s. He had a beard that was going a bit gray and wore glasses. His clothes were ordinary enough, but something about him still felt off. He had on this green knitted jumper, the kind that looks like it was handmade, or maybe something someone's grandmother would have given them. It was baggy on him, and the sleeves looked a little too long. He was just walking past at that point, not doing anything, but I remember feeling uncomfortable as soon as I saw him. There wasn't anything specific, but something about the way he moved, or maybe the way he glanced at the house as he walked by, just didn't sit right with me. I tried to push it out of my mind. I told myself it was just my imagination running wild, because I wasn't used to being home alone. I shut the curtain more and went back to the couch, trying to get back into the show I was watching. But I kept thinking about that man, wondering where he was going and why he seemed so strange to me. 10 minutes or so passed, and then, through the small gap in the curtains, I saw him again. This time he was walking in the same direction as before, which struck me as odd, because if he was going somewhere, why was he coming back the same way so soon? It was as if he had gone around the block or something. That little bit of worry in my stomach grew, but I still tried to brush it off. Maybe he had forgotten something at one of the shops, or maybe he lived nearby and was just walking. But I kept watching through the gap in the curtain now, feeling uneasy. Another 10 minutes went by, and he appeared again. This time, though, he didn't just walk past. He stopped right at the edge of our driveway and stood there, looking towards the window. My heart started beating faster. He just stood there for what felt like forever, but it must have been about 30 seconds, maybe a little more. Then he slowly started walking up the driveway, his eyes fixed on the house, looking through the window as he went. I froze on the couch, watching him through that tiny gap in the curtains, hoping he would just go away. But he didn't. He came right up to the front door and knocked. Not loud, not like someone who really needed to get your attention, but enough to be heard. I felt this wave of fear wash over me. I didn't move, I didn't make a sound, just stayed as still as I could, hoping he would think no one was home and leave. But he didn't leave. After knocking a few more times, he walked over to the window, the one right next to the front door, and started banging on it. I could see his mouth moving, but I couldn't hear what he was saying. The glass was thick, and with the TV still on low, his words didn't come through. But whatever he was saying, it wasn't friendly. His face had changed now, no longer just a strange man passing by, but something else. His expression was tense, focused, like he was trying to figure out how to get inside. That's when I saw it, the realization on his face. It was like I could see the thought forming in his head as his eyes flicked towards the side of the house. The back door. I don't know how I knew what he was thinking, but I did. The back door. My parents never locked it during the day, so the dog could come and go into the yard. I felt sick with panic. Without thinking, I jumped up and ran through the house, through the dining room, and into the kitchen where the back door was. I don't think I've ever moved so fast in my life. I grabbed the key that was always left in the lock and turned it, just as I heard the handle on the other side starting to turn. My hands were shaking so bad, but I managed to lock it, and not a second too soon. The handle jiggled a few times, then stopped. And then came the banging. Loud, desperate banging that made the whole door rattle. I backed away from it, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I didn't know what to do. I ended up curling up on the floor, behind the kitchen table, trying to make myself as small as possible, trying to be invisible. He didn't stop at the door. After a while, he started going around the house, trying the windows. I could hear him rattling the handles, tapping on the glass, sometimes banging. Every noise made me flinch. I kept expecting the glass to smash or the door to give way. I don't know how long it went on for, but it felt like forever. The worst part was not knowing where he was exactly. The house was big, and the windows were tall, and I didn't dare move from where I was. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind outside, I thought it was him coming in. My mind kept going to the worst places, imagining what would happen if he got inside. I kept thinking about what my parents would find when they got home. I felt trapped, helpless. At some point, the noises stopped. I didn't move right away. I stayed there on the floor, listening, waiting to be sure. Minutes passed, maybe more. The house was silent again, except for the sound of my own breathing and the ticking of the clock on the wall. Finally, I gathered the courage to crawl over to the window at the back and peek out. I couldn't see him anywhere. I waited a bit longer before I finally stood up, my legs like jelly. I didn't know whether to cry or scream or both. I didn't unlock any of the doors again. I stayed in the kitchen, away from the windows, until I heard my parents' car pull up outside. When they came in, I ran to them, and everything just spilled out at once. I told them about the man, about how he tried to get in, about how scared I was. They checked all around the house, but of course by then he was long gone. We never saw him again. My parents made sure to keep the back door locked after that, no matter what. I think about that day sometimes, and I always wonder what would have happened if I hadn't thought to lock that door. If I'd been just a few seconds slower, or if he'd been a bit quicker. It still makes my stomach turn. I learned that day how fast things can go from normal to terrifying. And I learned to trust that feeling in your gut when something doesn't seem right. Because sometimes that feeling is the only thing keeping you safe. I had always felt comfortable in the city. It wasn't that I thought nothing bad could ever happen to me, but I'd walked those streets for years, day and night, and I'd never had a reason to be afraid. I was smart about it. I chose my routes carefully, stuck to areas that felt right, places that had just enough activity that someone would notice if something went wrong, but not so busy that I'd be lost in a crowd. I wasn't naive. I knew the risks. But that night, everything I thought I knew about staying safe was shaken. It had been a good night. I'd met one of my best friends for drinks at our usual spot, a cozy bar we both loved. The kind of place where the bartender remembers your name and what you like to drink. We laughed, talked about work, about life, about nothing at all, really. Just easy conversation that left me feeling warm inside. When it got late, we hugged goodbye, and I started my walk home. I remember thinking how nice the cool air felt against my face, how the city lights flickered on the wet pavement, how peaceful it all seemed. I had my headphones in, listening to music that made me feel calm and content. I wasn't worried. I wasn't even looking over my shoulder. I felt safe. I took my usual route. It wasn't too quiet, not too busy. I'd walked it so many times before. I even liked that part of the walk, the stretch where I passed the police station. It made me feel secure, like nothing could happen so close to the law. That night I wore a long raincoat that looked more like a dress, something comfortable, something that didn't draw attention. My mistake, I thought later, was feeling so sure that I was doing everything right. I was maybe 10 seconds from the station when I felt it, a hand on the small of my back. It was light at first, almost like someone trying to get my attention, but then it moved lower, under the hem of my coat, and grabbed me. His hand was on me, firm, invasive, disgusting. My heart shot into my throat. The music in my ears seemed to vanish in an instant as I tore out the earphones. I felt a scream rip its way out of me before I even knew I was going to scream. I jumped back, off the sidewalk, up onto someone's lawn, my whole body shaking with adrenaline and rage. He kept walking like nothing had happened, like he'd done nothing wrong. I let him pass me, heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst out of my chest. I shouted after him, loud enough for anyone nearby to hear. I didn't even think about what I was saying. It just came out, raw, furious. I stayed on the lawn, putting as much distance between us as I could while I spoke. I wanted witnesses. I wanted him to know I wasn't afraid to call him out. I wasn't going to let him disappear into the night like it was nothing. I yanked out my phone and dialed 911. My fingers were shaking, but I forced myself to stay steady. I gave the dispatcher every detail I could think of. His height, his build, the color of his hair, his clothes, which side of the street he was on, the direction he was walking. I kept my eyes on him as I crossed the street, still speaking into the phone, still watching him so I wouldn't lose sight of him. My voice was loud, clear. I wanted him to hear me. I wanted him to know he wouldn't get away with it. As I approached the station, I saw officers coming out, 5 of them, maybe more. They asked for the description again, and I gave it. I repeated everything I'd said on the phone, making sure they had it right. 2 of them got into a cruiser and took off in the direction the man had gone. I stood there on the sidewalk, heart still racing, trying to catch my breath. That's when I noticed a couple, a woman and a man, coming toward the station. They'd been there. They'd seen it happen. They'd heard my scream. Without me even asking, they came in to give their statements. I can't even describe the relief I felt in that moment, knowing that someone else could back me up, that I wasn't alone. Inside the station, they took my statement. I went over every detail again, where I was, what happened, what he looked like. I tried to stay calm, but my hands wouldn't stop trembling. I felt like my body was still trying to fight, even though the danger was over. I just wanted it all to be done. I wanted to go home, to crawl under a blanket, and forget that any of it had happened. As I spoke, one of the officers who'd gone after him came back in. He didn't need to say anything. The look on his face told me they'd caught him. They had him. That should have made me feel better. And in a way, it did. But the reality of it, the fact that this man had been so close, that he'd touched me, that he'd thought he could get away with it stuck with me. I left the station and walked home. The city that had always felt familiar now felt strange. The streets seemed darker. Every shadow made my heart jump. When I got inside, I locked the door behind me and sat down on the floor. The tears came then, hard and fast. I called my mom. I didn't want to, because I didn't want her to worry, but I needed to hear her voice. I needed to feel like I was safe. I barely slept that night. When I closed my eyes, I saw his face. I felt his hand. The next day, I tried to go about my life like normal, but nothing felt normal. I kept looking over my shoulder. Every stranger on the street made my skin crawl. I kept thinking about how fast it all happened, how it could have been worse, how lucky I was that people were there, that the police were so close. The officers followed up with me a few times in the days that followed. They told me about the conditions he was under after his arrest. They told me I could check on his court dates if I wanted to, that I could know what happened to him. But I didn't want to. I didn't want to give him any more space in my head. I just wanted to move on. I found out through one of their calls that he'd made bail. $10,000. That shook me, more than I wanted to admit. The idea that he was out walking free, while I was left with the memory of what he'd done. I had his name in a document they gave me, but I never looked at it. I didn't want to know. I didn't want to see it, to have it burned into my mind alongside everything else. What mattered was that, for at least one night, he faced consequences. For at least one night, he was held accountable. I kept walking after that, but I changed my routes. I changed the way I carried myself. I stayed more alert. The city didn't feel the same, and maybe it never will. But I kept going. I didn't let what happened stop me from living my life. I knew that if I let fear win, he'd take even more from me than he already had. And I wasn't going to give him that. I wasn't going to let him have that power. It took time for me to feel steady again. There are still moments when the memory sneaks up on me, when I catch my reflection in a window and remember the look on my face that night, or when I pass the spot where it happened. But I remind myself of what I did. I acted fast. I kept my head. I made sure he didn't get away with it. And in that, I found something to hold on to. Quick thinking really is powerful. It didn't erase what happened, but it helped me take back some control. And that matters. That means something. When I was 8 years old, my family left the crowded suburbs of South Florida behind and moved to this tiny, forgotten town in the northern part of the state. The difference hit me the second we pulled into town. Everything felt slower, quieter, like we'd stepped into a place that time didn't care about anymore. The houses were old, some of them leaning a little to one side like they'd given up fighting the pull of the earth. Big oak trees lined the streets, their branches heavy with moss that hung down like old curtains. The air smelled different too, like damp wood and dirt, not like the salt and heat of where we'd come from. It was strange and kind of unsettling, but I didn't have much choice. This was home now. Over the years, I got used to it. The quiet nights, the strange noises from the woods, the way the neighbors kept to themselves. People here weren't unfriendly exactly, just wary. Like they'd seen too much or knew something we didn't. Nothing ever felt entirely normal, but after a while, I stopped thinking about it so much. It was just how things were. 15 years passed, and by then I was used to the little odd things that seemed to come with living in a place like this. The animals that stared too long from the trees, the times when the house creaked and groaned like it was trying to speak. I didn't think much about any of it anymore. But when my sister moved back in with my parents, things changed. And not in a small, easy-to-ignore way. It was the kind of change that grabbed hold of you and wouldn't let go, no matter how much you tried to convince yourself that everything was fine. My sister had married young, and her husband was in the military. When he got deployed to Afghanistan, she found herself alone with their newborn son. She was living in a trailer out in the woods, trying to handle everything on her own, and it just got to be too much. The isolation, the constant worry, the endless crying of a baby who didn't understand where his dad had gone. It broke her down little by little until she packed up and moved back into our parents' house. She needed help, and she needed not to be so alone. At first, everything seemed okay. She settled into her old room, set up a crib for the baby, tried to find some sort of routine again. The baby cried at night, as babies do, but she handled it. My mom helped when she could, and I came by whenever I wasn't working. We thought maybe things would start to feel normal again, or at least as normal as they could. But then the small things started happening. My sister mentioned it one afternoon when we were sitting on the porch. She said she kept hearing this sound in the night, like the headboard of her bed slamming against the wall. At first, she thought it was just the bed not being set right, maybe the frame was loose or something. But she checked, and everything seemed solid. No loose screws, nothing out of place. Still, she figured it wasn't worth worrying about. Maybe the house was settling. Old houses do that, especially in a place like this. But it didn't stop. Nights would go by, and she'd wake up to that sound, the hard thud of the headboard hitting the wall. Sometimes it was just once. Sometimes it happened over and over, steady like a drumbeat. It started to wear on her, the way lack of sleep always does, but she tried to ignore it. She was too tired to deal with anything else. Then came the night she felt something. She said she woke up because she felt like someone was tickling her. She thought maybe it was a dream at first, but it didn't stop when she opened her eyes. It was this light, quick touch on her side, like fingers brushing against her. She sat up, heart pounding, but of course, there was nothing there. Just her room, the crib, the soft sound of her baby breathing in his sleep. After that, it started happening more often. The bed would shake sometimes, not just a little, but enough to wake her up. The slamming sound came and went. And then the night came when she screamed loud enough to wake my mom. That was the night when everything seemed to come to a head. My mom rushed into her room and found the bed shaking violently. I wasn't there, but I heard about it the next day. The bed wasn't just vibrating or moving a little. It was rocking hard, like it was caught in a storm. My mom said it looked like something was throwing it around, but there was nothing there. No reason for it. Just my sister sitting in the middle of it, clutching her baby, eyes wide with terror. They didn't leave the house after that. They didn't pack up or move somewhere else. They stayed. I guess that's just who they are. They've been through so much already, and this was just one more thing to face down. But it didn't stop right away. One night, my sister was feeding her baby in the dark, rocking in the chair by the window. The baby had finally quieted, and she was just sitting there, trying to enjoy the peace while it lasted. And then she felt it. Something grabbed her ponytail. Not just a light tug, either. It yanked her head back hard, like someone had grabbed a handful of her hair and was trying to pull her out of the chair. She twisted, trying to see what it was, but of course there was nothing. Just the empty room, the soft creak of the chair, the sound of her own breathing. That was the last big thing that happened. After that night, things calmed down. There were no more shaking beds, no more tickling touches, no more grabbing. It was like whatever it was had decided to leave them alone. Maybe it got bored, or maybe it realized it wasn't welcome. Either way, the house went back to the way it had always been, quiet, a little strange, but not terrifying. The thing is, looking back, it's easy to start questioning what really happened. The house is old. Old houses make noises, they move, they settle. When you're tired, when you're stressed, your mind can play tricks on you. My sister had just had a baby. She was exhausted, worried about her husband, trying to take care of everything. It's not hard to believe that her mind might have filled in the blanks, that she felt things that weren't really there, heard things that could have been anything. As for the bed shaking, well, that's harder to explain, but again, the house is old. Maybe it was something structural, some weird quirk of the way the house is built. Maybe the foundation shifted. Maybe it was just the way the floorboards had warped over time. It's easy to imagine something supernatural when you're scared, but that doesn't mean that's what it is. I think about it a lot, honestly. About how fear works, about how it can take over your mind and make you see or feel things that aren't really there. I don't believe in ghosts or spirits or anything like that. I never have. But I do believe that the human mind is powerful, and sometimes that power can work against us. When you're in a strange place, when you're under stress, when you're scared, your mind can create things that feel as real as anything else. My sister's okay now. Her husband came home safe, and they moved into a new place together. The baby's grown, and he's a happy, healthy kid. The house is still standing, still creaking and groaning in the night. My parents live there, and nothing else strange has happened since. Sometimes when I visit, I'll sit out on the porch and think about all of it. The sounds, the shaking bed, the fear. And I'll remind myself that places like that, places that feel heavy with history, can do strange things to people. They get under your skin. But at the end of the day, it's just a house. Just wood and nails and time. There's no mystery left in it for me. Just a reminder of how powerful our own minds can be when we're pushed to the edge, and how important it is to hold on to what's real when everything feels like it's falling apart. That's all it ever was. My uncle had always been the kind of person who lit up a room when he walked in. At least, that's how I remember him when I was little. Back when I was maybe 5 or 6, he'd visit on weekends or sometimes just show up for dinner, and I would always get excited to see him. He was funny, made jokes that even I could understand, and he had this way of making my mom laugh, really laugh, like with her whole face, not just a polite smile. I didn't realize at the time how rare that was for her, how much she needed it. Life wasn't always easy for us back then, but when he was around, things seemed lighter. But then, when I was maybe 11 or so, everything changed. My uncle got sick. At first, it was small things that didn't seem serious. He would forget where he left his keys, or he'd tell the same story twice in one night. My mom would cover for him, or just gently remind him, and he'd brush it off with a joke. But it didn't stay like that for long. The forgetfulness became confusion. The joke stopped, and then the anger started. Not all the time, but enough that I noticed. Enough that it made me feel different around him. Less safe. I remember when my mom told me he had brain cancer. I didn't really understand what that meant at first, but I could see on her face that it was bad. Really bad. And as his illness got worse, so did his behavior. The man who used to sneak me candy before dinner was now yelling at my mom for not stacking his papers the way he wanted. He accused her of stealing things, cups, towels, even his own shoes once. Things that didn't make sense. It was like his mind was turning on him, and he was lashing out at the people who loved him most. The worst part for me was seeing my mom take it. She never fought back. She'd just quietly fix whatever he was upset about or calmly tell him that no, she didn't take his cups, that they were right there in the kitchen. I saw the sadness in her eyes, the way she'd look down or away when he was being especially cruel. And I hated it. I hated seeing her hurt. I hated him, sometimes, in those moments. And that made me feel guilty, because I knew it wasn't really him. It was the sickness. At least, that's what everyone said. He passed away after about a year of that. It was a strange kind of relief. We were sad, of course, but also it felt like this dark cloud had lifted. My mom cried for days, but after a while, she seemed lighter too, like she could finally breathe again. I didn't really know how to process it. I just tried to be there for her as best I could. We got rid of a lot of his things, helped pack up his house. It felt final, like we could move on. About a year later, life had settled into something close to normal. My mom and I had gotten into a new routine. We were both busier, more focused on school and work. We didn't talk about my uncle much anymore, not because we forgot, but because there didn't seem to be anything left to say. And then that night happened. It was a regular evening. We had been out grocery shopping, nothing special. I remember it was cold outside, maybe early winter. We were both tired when we got home, arms full of bags, fumbling for keys, wanting to just get inside and warm up. The house was dark when we walked in. I set the bags down on the kitchen counter while my mom went to hang up her coat. I went over to the answering machine to see if we had any messages. We still had one of those old mini tape machines that clicked and whirred when it played back messages. It wasn't fancy, but it worked. There were a few new messages. The red light was blinking, and I pressed play without really thinking about it. The first message was nothing strange, just a reminder about an appointment, I think. But the second one made me freeze. It was his voice, my uncle's, clear as day. The same tone, the same rhythm of speech I remembered so well. At first, I thought maybe it was an old message that somehow didn't get erased. I told myself that as I stood there, heart pounding, listening to it. The first few words were familiar, like I had heard them before. He was asking my mom to call him back, something about needing help with his mail. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Old message. That's all it was. But then the machine clicked over to the next message. And that's when it got strange. The second message was different. I had never heard this one before. I was sure of it. It was him again, but he sounded different this time. Softer. Like he was calmer, or maybe tired. I don't remember every word, but I remember the feeling it gave me. He said something like, "I shouldn't have said that earlier." I was upset. I didn't mean it. There was a pause, a kind of shaky breath, like he was trying not to cry. "Tell her I'm sorry. Please." And then the message ended. I stood there for a long time, staring at the machine like it might explain itself if I looked hard enough. My mom came back into the room and saw my face. She asked what was wrong, and I just pointed at the machine. She played the message again, and I watched the color drain from her face as she listened. When it finished, we both just stood there in silence. We must have played that message a dozen times that night, trying to make sense of it, trying to figure out how it could be there. My mom was sure we had erased all the old tapes after he died. I was sure too. We had gone through them, listened one last time, then cleared them out. So how could this message be there? And why now, a year later? We tried to think of any rational explanation. Maybe we had missed it somehow, and it just never got played until now. Maybe the machine was old and glitched, spitting out some old recording that had been stuck in its memory somehow. I even opened it up, took out the tape, looked at it like I might find the answer written inside. But of course, there was nothing. We didn't sleep well that night. Every time the house creaked or the heater kicked on, I jumped. My mom tried to act like it didn't bother her, but I could see it did. She kept staring at the machine like she expected it to start playing on its own. I unplugged it before we went to bed, just in case. Not that I thought it would help, but I didn't know what else to do. Over the next few days, we kept coming back to it, playing it again, looking for clues. I even tried to figure out if the date of the message meant anything. Maybe it was the anniversary of something. The day we last visited him, maybe, or the day he was diagnosed. But nothing fit. It was just a random day. Or at least, it seemed that way. Eventually, we stopped playing it. It didn't give us any answers, just more questions. My mom kept the tape, though. She said she couldn't bring herself to erase it. I didn't blame her. I didn't want to hear it anymore, but I didn't want to lose it either. It felt important, somehow, even if we didn't understand it. Life went on after that. We didn't talk about it much. Sometimes I'd catch my mom looking at the machine, like she was waiting for it to happen again. But it never did. The machine worked fine after that. No glitches, no strange messages. Just the usual reminders and wrong numbers. Years later, when we finally got rid of that answering machine, my mom still kept that tape. She put it in a drawer with some old photos and letters. I don't know if she ever listened to it again. I never did. But sometimes late at night, I still think about it. About how his voice sounded. About what he said. And I wonder if maybe that was his way of making peace, in whatever way he could. Not a ghost, not anything supernatural. Just a man, broken by sickness, who wanted to say he was sorry. And somehow, through whatever strange trick of technology or chance, we got to hear it. And maybe that's enough. I lived in a strange little house as a kid. It wasn't just old. It felt odd in ways that I didn't really have words for back then. It was tall, narrow, and kind of looked like it was missing the houses that should have been on either side of it. Like it was supposed to be part of a row of attached houses, but instead it stood there all by itself, like a kid who showed up to school without their uniform. It had 3 floors, plus a basement and a cramped attic that I didn't even know existed until the end. The walls were crooked in places, the floors creaked like they were telling secrets, and everything about it seemed like it had been designed by someone who didn't entirely know what they were doing. But it was home, and I loved it. There were so many strange features packed into that little place. We had 2 fireplaces, both of which actually worked, although we only ever used one. The other was in a weird spot on the 2nd floor, and was surrounded by cracked tile that my mom always meant to replace, but never did. The backyard was barely big enough for a dog to turn around in. You couldn't take more than 4 or 5 steps before you hit the fence. It felt more like an outdoor closet than a yard. And there was this old rope-pull dumbwaiter that ran from the kitchen up to my bedroom. It was the kind of thing you read about in books, but ours still worked, at least well enough that I used to send toys or sandwiches up and down in it when I was playing by myself. The house had character, and I didn't mind its weirdness. In fact, I kind of liked it. But it was old. Really old. My parents were always having to fix one thing or another, and as I got older, it seemed like the repairs never ended. There was always a leak or a crack or a draft that made the place feel colder than it should. Eventually, it got to be too much. The costs kept piling up, and my parents decided it was time to move. I didn't want to leave, but I didn't really have a say in it. Packing up that house was exhausting. There were so many nooks and crannies where things had ended up over the years. My room was a disaster. I had stuffed so many clothes into my closet that they'd sort of fused together into one solid block of shirts, pants, and hoodies. I'd gotten lazy about packing and had taken to throwing things down the dumbwaiter to the kitchen, where I'd gather them up later. I figured if it worked for food, it could work for toys and books too. It was when I was clearing out that brick of clothes in my closet that I noticed something I'd never seen before. There was a small square outline on the ceiling with a little metal latch. It was an attic entrance. I remember feeling a weird mix of excitement and nervousness. I'd lived in that house for 8 years and had no idea there was an attic above my room. It was like discovering a hidden level in a video game. Being a curious kid, I had to check it out. I climbed up on top of the packed clothes and unlatched the little door. It was stiff, and I had to put my shoulder into it, but eventually it popped open, and a little shower of dust came down. I coughed and waved it away, then hoisted myself up through the hole. The first thing that hit me was the smell. It was dry like old wood and insulation, but also there was something else, something faintly sour and musty, like clothes that had been forgotten in a damp basement. But the second thing I noticed was the light. I'd expected it to be pitch black, but it wasn't. There were old, red Christmas lights strung up all over, zigzagging across the beams. They glowed faintly, like dying embers, but enough that I could see. I pulled myself all the way up and stood there, taking it in. The attic wasn't big. I had to hunch over because the ceiling sloped down on either side. But what really caught my attention was that it wasn't empty. It looked lived in. The insulation along the walls was covered with sheets of old plastic, like someone had tried to make it a bit more comfortable. There was a metal-framed bed, no mattress, just the frame, but it was piled with sleeping bags and blankets that looked like they hadn't been touched in years. Off to one side was a small refrigerator, the kind you'd see in an old garage. The mint green paint was peeling, but out of curiosity I opened it, and to my surprise, the little light flicked on, and I felt a breath of cold air. It still worked. Then I saw the bones. They were everywhere, piled in loose heaps around the middle of the attic. At first, my brain didn't really process what I was looking at. They were so out of place that it was like my mind refused to connect the dots. But as I stood there, I realized they weren't just sticks or trash. They were bones. Lots of them. Big ones, small ones. Some long and thin like arms or legs, others round like parts of a skull or a pelvis. I didn't know much about anatomy, but I could tell these were from different creatures. Some looked like they could have come from a dog or a cat, others bigger, maybe from deer or something. And a few looked disturbingly human, although I told myself I was probably wrong about that. A couple of the piles were blackened, like someone had tried to burn them. The beams of the attic above those piles were stained with soot, and on the walls nearby were smears of something dark, maybe from the burned bones. Among the smears were scrawled words, written in rough, uneven letters. I couldn't make out most of it, but I saw the word sorry more than once. Just that. Soothe. Over and over again. I felt cold all over, like the air had dropped 10 degrees. My heart was pounding, and my mouth felt dry. I didn't know what to do. I just stood there, staring at the piles of bones and the black marks on the walls, trying to make sense of it. How long had this been here? Who had done this? And why had no one noticed? It was right above my room, above where I'd slept every night for 8 years. I don't know how long I stood there. Probably only a minute or two, but it felt like forever. Finally, I backed down through the attic door, pulling it shut behind me. I didn't want to see any more. I didn't want to know any more. I told myself it wasn't as bad as it looked. Maybe they were just animal bones. Maybe it was some weird thing from the previous owner. But deep down, I knew it was bad. There was no good explanation for that many bones, or the burned piles, or the word sorry smeared on the walls. I didn't tell my parents. I didn't tell anyone. I helped finish packing, and we moved out a week later. Every night until then, I slept downstairs on the couch. I couldn't stand the idea of being under that attic again, knowing what was up there. My parents thought I was just sad about leaving the house, and I let them think that. Years later, I tried looking up the history of that house, but I didn't find much. It had changed owners a bunch of times before we bought it. There were no news stories, no police reports, nothing about anything strange happening there. Just an old house that no one seemed to stay in for long. Sometimes I wonder if the new owners ever found the attic. I wonder if they saw what I saw, and if they ever figured out where all those bones came from, or who had lived up there, hiding above us all those years. And I wonder if, like me, they're haunted not by ghosts, but by the questions that never got answered. It was late, well past midnight, probably around 3 in the morning. The house was dead quiet except for the faint hum of my computer fan and the soft clicking of my keyboard as I mindlessly scrolled through random pages online. I was home for the holidays, back in my old room at my parents' house. There was always something about that house at night that felt a little eerie. Maybe because I'd grown up hearing all its creaks and groans, or maybe because it sat at the end of a long street with hardly any streetlights. Either way, that night, I wasn't thinking about anything except how tired I was and whether or not I should finally shut down the computer and try to get some sleep. I was just about to close my browser when my phone lit up next to me on the desk. It vibrated softly, breaking the silence. It was a call from my sister. I froze for a second, confused. My sister's room was literally just down the hallway from mine. There was no reason for her to call me. If she wanted something, she could have just knocked on my door or called out. The time on the screen read 3:04 a.m. I stared at it for a second longer, then reached out to pick it up. But before my thumb even touched the screen, the call ended. I sat there, holding the phone, blinking at the now dark screen. The call log clearly showed her name, the time, and the missed call notification. I waited a few seconds, half expecting her to knock on my door, maybe come in and explain why she called. But nothing. Just silence. The kind of deep, heavy silence that makes you feel like the house is holding its breath. Something about it didn't sit right. I got up, sliding my chair back quietly, and padded across the room in my socks. I opened my door and stepped into the hallway. The air felt cooler out there, the kind of chill that sinks into your skin. My sister's door was shut, like always. I hesitated for just a moment, then walked over to it. Just as I reached for the handle, I heard her. She screamed. A full, panicked, high-pitched scream that tore through the stillness of the night. I didn't stop to think. I shoved the door open with my shoulder, hard enough that it banged against the wall inside. My heart was racing so fast it felt like it was going to burst out of my chest. Her room was dark, except for the faint glow from the streetlight outside that slipped in through the gap in the curtains. My sister was sitting up in bed, her hair messy, her face pale. She was shaking, clutching her blanket up to her chest, her eyes wide and filled with terror. I stood there for a second, letting my eyes adjust to the dark, scanning the room. There was no one there. Just her, the messy bed, a chair with clothes draped over it, and her desk cluttered with books and makeup. The closet door was shut. The window was closed and latched. There was no sign of anyone. She was gasping, trying to calm down. I could hear her breathing, shallow, rapid, like she couldn't get enough air. I stayed there with her until she stopped crying, until she could talk again. When she finally spoke, her voice was shaky and low. She told me that she'd woken up suddenly, felt like something was wrong, and when she opened her eyes, she saw a dark shape, some kind of shadow, hovering over her, so close she could feel the air shift as it moved. It had been right in her face. That's when she screamed. I tried to make sense of it. I checked the room again, this time opening the closet, peeking under the bed, even though I knew no one could be hiding there. Nothing. No open windows, no way anyone could have gotten in or out without us noticing. I kept glancing at the door, half expecting someone or something to suddenly appear, but there was nothing. Once she was calm enough, I told her about the call. I thought maybe she'd tried to call me when she first saw the shadow, maybe in a panic. But she shook her head, confused. Said she hadn't called me, that she hadn't even been awake until she saw that shadow. I asked where her phone was. Without a word, she pointed downstairs. Her purse. She'd left it in the living room before going to bed. That didn't make any sense. I went down to check, needing to see it for myself. The living room was dark, just the faint glow from the porch light seeping through the windows. I found her purse on the floor next to the couch where she'd dropped it earlier. I reached in and pulled out her phone. The screen lit up, showing the lock screen. I checked the call log. No outgoing calls. No recent activity at all. It was like the call I'd received had never happened. I stood there for a while, trying to piece it together. I went back upstairs, showed her my phone. The log was there. Her name, 3:04 a.m., call duration, 0 seconds. It was real. I hadn't imagined it. But on her phone, nothing. It was like the call had come from nowhere. We stayed up for the rest of the night, neither of us wanting to be alone. We turned on the lights, made tea, sat in the kitchen with the TV on low just to break the silence. Every sound made us jump, the fridge kicking on, the house settling, even the wind rattling the window panes. We kept going over it, trying to come up with some kind of explanation. Maybe a glitch, maybe some weird phone error, maybe something else. But nothing fit. When morning came, the house felt different, like the daylight had chased away whatever had been there the night before. My parents came down, none the wiser, asking why we looked so tired. We told them we'd stayed up watching movies. No point in worrying them over something we couldn't even explain ourselves. Over the next few days, I kept thinking about it, replaying it in my head. I checked both our phones again, but nothing had changed. The call was still logged on mine, missing from hers. I even looked it up online, trying to see if maybe there was some technical reason, some kind of phone glitch that could cause that to happen. There were stories of ghost calls, phantom rings, but none of it really lined up with what had happened that night. There were no answers that made sense. In the end, we just let it go. We had no choice. We never figured out who or what made that call, or what my sister saw hovering over her that night. It never happened again. But even now, whenever I'm back at that house, lying awake late at night, I find myself listening a little harder to the silence, waiting for the phone to ring. When I was 13, my life took a turn that would stay with me forever, buried deep in my mind, always there in the quiet moments, always waiting to creep back into my thoughts. My grandmother was dying of cancer, and those final weeks of her life felt like they stretched on endlessly. My mother and I moved into my grandmother's house to care for her. It was a small house, old and full of memories, the kind that creaked at night and smelled of old wood, tea, and the faintest hint of the medicines she had to take. Every corner of that house seemed heavy, like the walls themselves were holding their breath, waiting for what we all knew was coming. I remember the way the air in that house felt during those weeks. It was always too warm, thick with the smell of sickness and age. The windows rarely opened. The curtains were almost always drawn because the sunlight made my grandmother uncomfortable. She would squint and complain it hurt her eyes. The only light came from dim lamps and the flicker of the television, which she didn't really watch but kept on for the sound. That sound filled the rooms, filled the empty space where conversation should have been, but there wasn't much left to say anymore. I had my own small room down the hall. It used to be a sewing room, I think, and it smelled like old fabric and dust. The bed was narrow, the mattress a little too soft in the middle, but I didn't complain. I spent a lot of time lying there, staring at the cracks in the ceiling, listening to the soft hum of the TV and my grandmother's uneven breathing from the next room. Sometimes I could hear my mother crying quietly at night. She tried to hide it, but the walls were thin, and the house was too silent to keep any secrets. It was a strange time. Days and nights blurred together. I kept track of time by the routines. When we gave my grandmother her pills, when we tried to get her to eat, when the nurse came, when the sun went down and the house got dark and even quieter. I felt like I was floating through those days, like I wasn't really part of what was happening. I think that was the only way I could handle it. It was too much to face head-on, so I drifted through it, trying not to feel too much, trying not to think about what would come next. Then there was that night that comes back to me even now, all these years later. I remember it so clearly, the details burned into my memory. I was asleep, or maybe not fully asleep. I was at that edge where you're not sure if you're dreaming or awake. The house was so quiet. The TV had been turned off for once, and there was nothing but the sound of the old house settling and my grandmother's breathing down the hall. It had a rattling sound to it by then, like each breath was a struggle. And then, suddenly, I was wide awake. My mother burst into my room. I remember the way the door banged against the wall, the way her face looked, pale and shocked, like she'd seen something that didn't make sense. Her eyes were wide, and she was out of breath, like she'd run down the hall. I didn't know what was going on, but I felt the fear in her, and it filled me too. Without thinking, I followed her. She said something about my grandmother, but it didn't register right away. We hurried down the hall, and she told me that my grandmother had come into her room, woken her up, and then walked out. It didn't make sense. My grandmother hadn't been out of bed in days. She was so weak by then she couldn't even sit up on her own. But my mother seemed certain, and we ran to my grandmother's room. I remember the way the hallway felt, the cold of the floor under my feet, the darkness pressing in around us, the way the air seemed thicker, heavier, like the whole house was holding its breath. When we reached her room, it was so quiet. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. We stepped inside, and there she was, lying in bed just as we'd left her. Except she wasn't breathing anymore. There was no rise and fall of her chest, no sound, no movement at all. Her face was calm, almost peaceful, but there was no life in it. We stood there for what felt like forever, just staring, not knowing what to do, not wanting to believe what we saw. I remember my mother moving to her side, touching her, trying to wake her, even though we both knew she was gone. I stood frozen, watching, feeling like I was outside of myself, like I was watching it all happen to someone else. The room felt colder somehow, or maybe that was just me. The rest of that night passed in a blur. Phone calls, the arrival of people, the quiet voices, the sadness that filled the house even more than before. I don't remember sleeping. I just remember lying in my bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to understand what had happened, trying to make sense of how my mother could have seen my grandmother up and walking around when she was already gone. Days turned into weeks, and life started to move on, as it always does. We packed up my grandmother's things, cleaned the house, said our goodbyes. But that night stayed with me. It stayed with both of us, though for a long time we didn't talk about it. There was too much else to deal with, too much pain and loss to process. It wasn't until months later, maybe even longer, that I finally brought it up. We were sitting together, just the two of us, and I asked my mother about that night. I asked her what she remembered. She looked at me like she didn't understand what I was talking about. I reminded her of how she came running into my room, how she told me that my grandmother had come into her room and woken her up. I expected her to nod, to remember, to maybe offer some explanation. But she didn't. She just stared at me, confusion on her face, and said she didn't remember any of that. She didn't remember seeing my grandmother, didn't remember waking me up, didn't remember why she got out of bed at all. It was like it had all been erased from her memory. That shook me more than anything else. It made me question everything about that night. Had I imagined it? Had it been some kind of dream? But it felt so real. I remember the sound of my mother's voice, the feel of her hand as she grabbed mine, the look on her face when we reached my grandmother's room. I remember it all too clearly for it to have been a dream. But my mother didn't remember. And that was that. There was nothing more to say. We never really talked about it again. What could we say? It was just one of those strange moments in life that doesn't have an answer, that you carry with you and think about in the quiet moments, when the house is still and the night feels too long. Even now, years later, I think about that night. I think about what my mother saw, or thought she saw. I think about why she didn't remember it later. I think about the look on my grandmother's face when we found her, so peaceful, like maybe she'd said goodbye in her own way. And I think about how sometimes, no matter how much we want them, there are no answers. There's just what happened and what we remember and what we don't. The house is gone now, sold to another family. I haven't been back in years. But sometimes in my own home, when the night is quiet and the air feels heavy, I remember that house, that hallway, that night. I remember it all, and I wonder if I ever really understood what happened, or if I ever will. I don't know what I was thinking that night. Maybe I wasn't thinking at all. I was 17, fresh out of high school, and I just moved from the kind of tiny town where everybody knew everybody, where I could walk down any street, day or night, and feel safe. Moving to the city for college was exciting, sure, but I had no clue what I was doing. I thought I could handle it. I thought I was mature. But that night showed me how wrong I was. It started with me hanging out at a friend's dorm. We'd been watching movies, listening to music, and just wasting time like you do when you're 17 and have all the freedom in the world for the first time. It was fun. It felt good to be out on my own, to not have my mom calling me in for dinner or checking up on me. I lost track of time, like I always did back then. When I finally looked at the clock, it was past 1 in the morning. My friend offered to let me crash there, but I laughed it off. I didn't want to seem like I couldn't handle myself. My dorm wasn't that far away, I thought. I could find my way. Besides, the air was cool, and I liked the idea of walking, clearing my head. So I left. And that's when the bad decisions really started stacking up. I didn't really know my way around yet. I'd only been in the city for a few weeks. During the day, I'd wandered a little, trying to get familiar with the streets. But at night, everything looked different. The buildings loomed larger. The shadows seemed to swallow everything. I turned down a few streets I thought would lead me back toward campus. But after a while I realized I had no clue where I was. I kept telling myself it was fine, that I'd figure it out, but my stomach was starting to twist. The area I'd ended up in was bad. Even I could tell that, green as I was. The streetlights were mostly busted out or flickering like dying fireflies. The buildings were old, the paint peeling off in big patches, windows either boarded up or broken. Trash was piled against fences and spilled out of overfilled bins. I could hear shouting from inside some of the houses, angry loud, voices raised in fights that had probably been going on for hours. Somewhere down the block, a dog barked, the kind of deep, mean bark that makes your heart jump. I started walking faster. My sneakers slapped against the cracked sidewalk, my breath getting shorter, even though I wasn't out of breath yet. I tried to look like I belonged there, like I knew where I was going, but I'm sure I didn't fool anyone. I kept glancing over my shoulder, every little noise making me jump. That's when I heard it, the low hum of a car behind me. At first I thought I was just being paranoid. It's a city, cars go by all the time. But this one wasn't going by. It was moving slowly, matching my pace. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't help myself. I turned my head just enough to see it. A beat-up old sedan, paint faded, one of the headlights out. Inside, 5 men. I couldn't see their faces clearly, but I could feel their eyes on me. I could feel the way they were watching me, like a wolf watches a rabbit. My mouth went dry. I tried to tell myself to stay calm. I thought maybe if I crossed the street, they'd just keep going. I tried to act casual, stepping off the curb, but the car sped up just enough to cut me off. My heart was hammering so hard I could hear it in my ears. I kept walking, trying to figure out what to do, but my mind was going blank. They stayed beside me for a whole block. I could hear them talking, laughing in low voices, but I couldn't make out the words. I didn't want to. I just wanted them to go away. My legs felt weak, but I kept moving, one foot in front of the other, until I got to an intersection. That's when they turned left and stopped. The car was right in my path, sitting there like it was waiting for me. There were no other cars, no people on the street, nothing. Just me and them. I stopped walking. I couldn't help it. My feet wouldn't move. My body felt frozen. I stood there, staring at the car, my breath coming in short, shaky gasps. I didn't know what to do. Run. They'd catch me in a second. Scream. Who would hear me? There was no one around. And even if someone did hear, would they help? Or would they just close their windows and pretend they didn't? It felt like forever that I stood there. My hands were shaking, and I felt like I might throw up. The driver's door opened a crack, and that's when I really thought it was over. My knees felt like they'd give out. I couldn't think of anything except how stupid I'd been, how I should have stayed at my friend's, how my mom was going to get a call no parent ever wants to get. Then, just as sudden as the fear had hit me, something changed. The porch light of the house just past where the car was parked flicked on. The light was yellow and harsh, but to me it looked like a spotlight from heaven. The front door opened, and a guy stepped out, holding a bag of trash. He didn't seem to notice me at first. He just walked down the steps like it was the most normal thing in the world, heading toward the trash can at the edge of the yard. The car peeled away. Tires squealed, engine roaring, and in seconds they were gone, swallowed up by the night. I stood there, my legs like jelly, my heart still racing, unable to move. The guy with the trash looked over and finally saw me. He paused, probably taking in the sight of this terrified girl standing frozen on the sidewalk in the middle of the night. I don't remember exactly how I managed to explain what happened, or even if I made much sense. I was crying so hard I could barely get words out, but he understood enough. He told me to come inside, and I did. His house wasn't much, old furniture, stuff scattered around, but it felt like the safest place in the world right then. He handed me a soda and let me sit until I could breathe normally again. After a while, he and his roommate walked me back to my dorm. They didn't have to, but they did, and I will never forget that. They stayed on either side of me, walking steady and calm, like nothing bad could happen as long as they were there. The streets didn't seem so scary with them beside me. When we got to my dorm, they said goodnight, told me to be safe, and that was it. I never saw them again. I never even caught their names. They'd said something about doing stand-up comedy and invited me to check it out sometime, but I was too young for bars, and honestly, after that night, I didn't go out much after dark at all. I think about that night more often than I'd like to admit. About how lucky I was. About how a simple, ordinary thing like a guy taking out his trash at the right moment probably saved me from something that could have changed my life forever, in the worst possible way. I think about the way fear can freeze you, how all the plans and smart ideas you think you'd have go right out the window when you're really in danger. And I think about those two guys who didn't have to help me, but did anyway, just because it was the right thing to do. It was my fault for being out there. I know that. I was young and stupid, and I put myself in a bad spot. I was lucky. So lucky. I don't take that for granted. I don't take much for granted anymore. And I've never, ever walked alone like that again. My mother told me this story not too long ago, but it has stuck with me ever since. Even now, thinking about it makes my skin crawl, and it's hard not to glance over my shoulder or feel a strange weight in my chest whenever I remember the details. The thing is, our family was never the type to believe in ghosts or spirits or anything like that. We were always the type to look for explanations, for logic behind things that happened, even if they seemed strange at first. But what happened with my cousin after she passed away is something that none of us have ever really been able to explain away, no matter how hard we tried. It all started about 10 years ago. My cousin, who was around 17 or 18 at the time, had been in a really bad car accident. She fought for a couple of weeks in the hospital, but in the end, she didn't make it. It was hard on all of us. She was a sweet, kind girl who had been close to everyone in the family. But she had a special bond with my dad's sister, our aunt. My cousin had always been there to help out with her younger children. She babysat them, helped put them to bed, played with them in the yard, and was like an older sister to them in so many ways. The little ones loved her, and losing her was confusing and heartbreaking for them too. At the time all this happened, my aunt's house was undergoing major construction. They were adding on a room and doing some remodeling. The work had started just before my cousin's accident and was still going on for several weeks after she passed away. Construction crews came and went, usually working during the day while my aunt was at her job. The kids would be at school or daycare, so the house would mostly be empty during the day except for the workers. One afternoon, my aunt got a call at work. One of the construction workers sounded annoyed, asking her if she could please tell her teenage daughter to stay out of the work areas. My aunt was confused. She didn't have a teenage daughter. She told him so, but he insisted that a girl kept coming around the property during the day, walking through the construction zones. He said she didn't say much, just walked around quietly like she was looking for something. She had shown up multiple times over the past couple of weeks, sometimes standing off to the side watching, other times walking through as if she was checking on the work. My aunt started to feel uneasy. She asked the worker what the girl looked like. His description was strangely specific. Long brown hair, a red baseball cap, denim overalls, and a white jacket. My aunt froze when she heard that. That was exactly what my cousin had been wearing the last time she babysat at the house. The last time she had been there before the accident. My aunt felt this cold, sick feeling in her stomach. She hadn't told the workers anything about my cousin or what had happened. There wasn't any reason for them to know. When my aunt got home that evening, she found the workers and brought out a photo of my cousin. She didn't say anything at first, just showed them the picture and asked if that was the girl they had been seeing. They looked at it and immediately agreed. That was her. No question. That was the girl who had been showing up at the site for weeks. My aunt didn't know what to say. She tried to reason through it. Maybe it was someone who just happened to look like my cousin. Maybe some neighborhood girl who had the same taste in clothes and the same features. But the more she thought about it, the more unlikely it seemed. We didn't live in a big city where you could easily blend in. Everyone more or less knew everyone, especially in that neighborhood. And nobody could think of anyone who matched that description so closely, down to the exact type of jacket and the old baseball cap my cousin had loved so much. I remember when my mom told me all of this. I was sitting in the kitchen, and I could tell she felt uneasy even just talking about it. The house felt still and heavy, as if the air itself had thickened. I could almost hear the creak of the floorboards in my aunt's house, smell the sawdust from the construction. The image of my cousin, in those familiar clothes, just silently walking through the construction site, kept playing over in my mind. It was hard to shake. There was nothing dramatic that happened after that. No big reveal, no sudden appearance or confrontation. The workers stopped seeing the girl after my aunt showed them the photo. Maybe it was coincidence. Maybe they had gotten a scare themselves, realizing who they thought they had seen. Or maybe they just started paying more attention, looking for the logical explanations we all preferred. But I think part of them, like part of me, wasn't so sure anymore. Over the next few weeks, my aunt kept a closer eye on things. She would check in at the house during her lunch break, drive by on her way to and from work. The workers carried on as usual, and the construction finished without any more reports of strange visitors. Life moved on, as it tends to do, even when part of you is stuck in a moment, replaying it over and over, trying to make sense of it. The kids grew up, the house became a home again rather than a work site, and the memories of that time settled into the background. But every so often, my mom or my aunt would bring it up, usually late at night, or during one of those quiet moments when you're sitting around a table and the conversation drifts to the things that don't make sense. And every time, that same chill would come over me, because no matter how much we tried to explain it away, there was no good reason why those workers saw what they saw. No teenage girl had any reason to be there, and no girl we knew matched that description so perfectly, especially not wearing those exact clothes. Maybe it was just a case of mistaken identity. Maybe the mind plays tricks on you when you're not paying attention. Or maybe, just maybe, some part of my cousin had found her way back to the place she had felt safe and needed one last time. I don't know. I don't think I ever will. But I do know that whenever I see someone in a red baseball cap, my heart skips a beat, and I remember. I remember the story, the photo, the looks on the faces of those workers. And I remember how my aunt's voice shook just slightly when she told my mom about that phone call, about that girl they kept seeing, and about how sometimes the world doesn't give you clear answers, no matter how hard you look for them. It was one of those warm summer nights when the air felt heavy but comforting, and the city had mostly gone quiet, leaving only the faint hum of streetlights and the occasional distant bark of a dog. My friend and I had decided earlier in the evening to go for a bike ride. It was something we did every now and then when we wanted to escape the heat inside our apartments and get some fresh air. There was something peaceful about riding through empty streets at night, when the usual rush of the day had settled down and everything felt slower and calmer. That night had started out no different. We met up around 11, rode through the quieter parts of the city, and talked about everything and nothing. We'd been out for about an hour when we decided to head home. We both had work the next day, and though we weren't ready for the night to end, we knew it had to. We split up at a corner near where my friend lived. I remember the streetlight there flickering a little as we said goodnight, and I turned to head the last 2 blocks toward my apartment. It was close, just a few minutes away, and I wasn't worried. The streets were empty. The air smelled faintly of cut grass and warm asphalt. I could hear my tires humming softly against the pavement. Because of some construction on the main road, I had to ride on the sidewalk for the last stretch. Normally, I preferred the street, but there were barriers up and debris scattered along the road, so the sidewalk seemed safer. It wasn't a problem at first. The sidewalks were mostly empty, the occasional trash bin out for pickup or a tree casting long shadows in the streetlight's glow. I pedaled slowly, not in any rush, just enjoying the quiet. Then, as I was nearing my street, the one I'd have to turn down to reach my apartment, I noticed a man ahead of me on the sidewalk. He was walking in the same direction, maybe 40 feet in front of me when I first saw him. He looked like he might have been in his 40s, scruffy but not disheveled enough to look homeless. His clothes were worn but clean enough, and he walked with a kind of purpose, not like he was wandering aimlessly. I didn't want to startle him. The sidewalk was narrow, and I wasn't sure if I had enough space to pass without making him nervous. So when I got within about 6 feet of him, I called out, trying to sound friendly. I just said, "Hey, behind you," so he'd know I was there. He stopped and turned. I remember the way he looked at me. His face twisted into this expression of pure anger, like I had done something unforgivable by speaking. His eyes were dark and intense, and for a second, I wondered if I should have just stayed silent and tried to squeeze past. I didn't say anything else. I just turned down my street like I'd planned, hoping that would be the end of it. But it wasn't. I could hear his footsteps quicken behind me, then his voice, loud and harsh. He started yelling at me, calling me every foul name you could think of, his voice carrying through the empty night. He said he was going to kill me, that I was a fucking cunt, that I'd made a mistake. His words echoed off the buildings, and my heart started pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I live right off the corner, but I didn't want him to see where I went. I didn't want him to know which door was mine, or which window belonged to my bedroom. So instead of stopping, I pedaled faster, deciding to loop around the block. I figured maybe he'd keep going in his direction. Maybe he'd lose interest if I wasn't right there in front of him. My hands were tight on the handlebars, and I tried to keep my breathing steady as I made the turn, as if I could somehow trick myself into thinking I wasn't scared. When I got back around the block, I slowed as I neared my street again. I wanted to check if he was gone. I was hoping for that empty stoop, for that quiet street like it had been before. But that's not what I saw. There he was, standing on my front stoop. Just standing there, like he belonged, like he'd known all along that was where I lived. He wasn't yelling anymore. He wasn't moving. He was just standing still, staring out at the street. And then, as I came into view again, he turned his head slowly and looked at me. He didn't say a word this time. His face didn't show anger now, or anything really. It was blank, as if he was just waiting, as if he knew I'd come back around, and was content to stand there until I did. That was almost worse than the shouting. The silence. The stillness. I felt my stomach twist, and I didn't even think. I just kept riding, heart racing, trying not to look back, but unable to stop myself from glancing over my shoulder. I rode straight back to my friend's place. I didn't even knock at first. I was so focused on getting off the street, getting somewhere with a door I could lock behind me. When I finally calmed down enough to explain, I left my bike leaning against the side of the house, figuring I'd come back for it the next day when I felt safer. I didn't want to go back out that night, not with the image of that man burned into my mind. I texted my mom, told her what had happened. She asked if I wanted to call the police, but for some reason, we decided to wait. I think part of me hoped that by not making a big deal of it, it would just go away, that he would just go away. But 2 days later, when I went back to get my bike, it was gone. Someone had taken it from the alley behind the house. I don't know if it was him. I don't know if he came back for it, or if it was just bad luck. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he'd somehow been involved, that maybe he'd followed me, watched me leave it there, waited for his chance. After that, I was more careful. I didn't go out alone at night for a long time. I kept my curtains drawn, made sure the doors and windows were locked, even in the daytime. Every time I heard footsteps outside, every time there was a knock at the door or a shadow passed by the window, my heart would race. I never saw him again, not that I know of. But sometimes, late at night, I'd find myself lying awake, listening to the silence, wondering if he was still out there waiting. And that feeling stayed with me for a long time. The knowledge that danger didn't always come with a warning, that sometimes it looked just like any other man on the street. The night was quiet except for the soft hum of the television playing Nick at Night. I was young, probably no more than 7 or 8 years old, and it was one of those weekend nights when my parents let me sleep in the living room. My sister was a light sleeper, and my parents figured it was easier for me to crash on the couch, away from her room, so she wouldn't be woken up. I remember feeling a little special for getting to stay up late, even if I usually ended up dozing off on the couch, because the old shows on TV somehow made me tired no matter how much I wanted to stay awake. The living room had big windows that looked out onto the yard. We lived in rural Georgia, surrounded by thick woods that stretched far beyond the house, towering trees that creaked softly in the wind. The moon was full that night, casting a pale silver glow over everything. It was one of those clear nights where the stars were so bright it almost felt like they were watching you. I was half asleep, curled up on the couch, when suddenly I woke up with this prickly feeling crawling all over my skin. Not cold, but something else. An instinct that something was wrong. My heart jumped, and I shot up, sitting straight on the couch. The TV was still flickering quietly in the background, but I wasn't paying attention to it anymore. My eyes went immediately to the front window. The moonlight poured in just enough to show the yard and the big tree standing right there, maybe 15 feet from the window. And that's when I saw it, a silhouette of a person pressed up against the tree, standing still but watching. I could just barely make out the shape of a head and shoulders, but no face. The figure was perfectly still, as if frozen, but my skin told me they were alive and breathing. The family dog, a big mutt named Max, suddenly bolted over to the window, his nails scraping against the hardwood floor. He stood on his hind legs, front paws pressed against the glass, growling low and snarling at whoever was outside. His barking was fierce, loud enough to fill the silent night, but muffled slightly by the glass. Fear hit me all at once. My hands shook. I scrambled off the couch and ran down the hall to my parents' room. I shook my mother awake and tried to explain, but words got stuck in my throat. I could only point to the window, trembling. My father, a tall man with steady hands, grabbed the flashlight and something for defense. I never saw what it was, but it was probably a baseball bat or something from the garage, and went outside with Max. Inside, my mother wrapped her arms tightly around me. Her warmth was the only thing keeping me from shaking uncontrollably. The house felt too quiet without my dad. I stayed like that for what felt like forever until the door creaked open, and my dad stepped in. He looked tired, worn, and his face was hard to read. "No one out there," he said quietly. "Just the woods." He told me to try and sleep. I didn't want to go back to the living room. I was too scared to be alone with those windows. I decided to sleep in my own bedroom down the hall, closer to my parents. I found my sister and whispered everything to her. The figure, the dog, the way my dad went outside. She didn't seem as scared as I was, maybe because she didn't see anything. Dad paced through the house, cup of coffee in hand, making rounds to check every window and door. I stayed in my bed, eyes wide open, watching shadows move as the moonlight came through my window. Finally, I thought I could relax. My breathing slowed. I closed my eyes. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw him. He was standing right outside my bedroom window. The moonlight lit up the dark figure again, but this time I could see a little more. The rough shape of a man, skinny but tall, wearing a dark jacket. He held a finger up to his lips, making a shushing gesture. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. He stood there for a moment, and then suddenly turned and ran, disappearing quickly into the woods in a straight line, as if he had a clear path. I started crying then. The tears wouldn't stop for hours. The fear stayed with me all night long, wrapping around me like a heavy blanket. I never told anyone else about that night. The feeling that someone was out there, just watching, didn't leave me for a long time. Even years later, whenever I saw a dark silhouette near the trees, my heart would race back to that night. My parents never saw anyone, never heard anything beyond Max barking. The police were called the next day, but found no signs of anyone trespassing. Still, I knew the truth. That night, a stranger came close enough to my house to watch me sleep and made sure I knew he was there. The woods around our home weren't just trees and animals. Something dangerous lurked, something patient and silent. I learned that night to never take the quiet for granted. Sometimes the quiet hides the worst kind of fear. About 4 years ago, I woke up one late morning on a day off. I remember the day so clearly that it's hard to believe it's been that long. The light in my room was soft, filtered through the thin curtains that I'd always meant to replace. It wasn't too bright yet, just that gentle, yellowish glow that comes through late in the morning when the sun is high enough to clear the neighboring houses, but not yet blinding. The digital numbers of my alarm clock glowed in the dimness. 10:21. That time stuck in my head for a reason that didn't seem important then, but became seared into my memory afterward. I stayed in bed for a few minutes, just lying there listening. The house was quiet, as it always was when I had the place to myself. No cars were passing outside just then, no neighbors slamming doors or starting lawnmowers. I could hear the faint ticking of a wall clock down the hall, the refrigerator hum from the kitchen, and the soft whoosh of air through the vents. I closed my eyes again for a moment, enjoying that rare stillness, then pushed myself up, feeling the slight creak of the mattress springs beneath me. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, planted my feet on the carpet that needed vacuuming, and stretched, my back cracking softly in protest. The house was a comfortable kind of cool, not cold enough to be unpleasant, just enough that the warmth of the blankets made me reluctant to leave. But nature called, so I shuffled off to the bathroom. The bathroom was still foggy from someone else's earlier shower, maybe from the night before. The mirror was streaked at the edges, and the floor felt cool under my feet. I stood there for a while after finishing my business, just leaning against the sink, enjoying the warmth of the small room. I brushed my teeth slowly, letting the rhythm of the task wake me up. I ran the brush under water, watched the foam swirl down the drain. I glanced at myself in the mirror, hair sticking up in every direction, eyes a bit puffy from sleep. I took my time, maybe lingering longer than I needed to just because I didn't feel like rushing. When I finally felt ready, I left the bathroom, the door creaking a bit as it always did. I got dressed in my room. T-shirt, old jeans, socks with a hole at the toe. I stood at the window for a moment, looking out at the street. A few people were out, walking dogs, pushing strollers, heading to the shops across the road. A city bus rumbled by, and a kid on a skateboard clattered past on the sidewalk. I felt that lazy, content kind of feeling you get on a day off when the world is going about its business, and you don't have to. After all that, I picked up my phone from the nightstand to check for messages. The screen lit up, 10:25. I frowned a little at that. I was sure I'd spent more than 4 minutes getting ready, especially with how long I'd stayed in the bathroom. But I figured maybe I was just groggy and had misread the clock when I woke up. I glanced over at my alarm clock, half expecting it to show a different time, but it too said 10:25. I shrugged, not thinking much of it. Maybe I'd woken up at 10:21 and just thought it had taken longer. I headed downstairs, bare feet on the steps making soft thuds on the worn wood. The house had that faint smell of last night's dinner, rice and some kind of stir-fry I'd thrown together. The living room was dim, curtains still drawn, and I walked over to open them, letting in more of that yellow light. I turned on the TV, flicked over to the news, not really watching, just wanting some noise in the background. The news anchor's voices drifted through the house, that familiar rhythm of headlines and updates. I powered up my PC, the fans whirring softly as it came to life. The screen flickered, then settled into its usual glow. My stomach rumbled, reminding me I hadn't eaten. I went into the kitchen, grabbed a glass from the cupboard, filled it at the sink, the cold water tasting clean and crisp. I decided on eggs and the leftover rice. I cracked a couple of eggs into a bowl, whisked them with a fork, and started heating a pan. Then I grabbed the container of rice from the fridge, opened the microwave, and was about to set the timer when I noticed the clock on it, 10:25. I froze for a second, the kind of pause where your mind tries to catch up with something that doesn't quite make sense. I slowly pulled out my phone again and checked it. 10:25, the same as before. I stood there, holding the rice, staring at the microwave clock. There was no way that was right. I thought about everything I'd done, getting out of bed, the bathroom, dressing, going downstairs, turning on the TV and PC, getting water, starting to cook. All that couldn't have happened in less than a minute. My first thought was maybe the microwave clock had stopped, but my phone still said 10:25. I felt this weird cold wash over me, like the kind you get when you realize you've left your wallet somewhere, or when you hear a strange noise at night. I decided to test it. I stood right there and started counting seconds in my head. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, all the way up. I kept my eyes glued to the microwave clock. About 20 seconds into my count, it flipped to 10:26. My heart beat a little faster, but I told myself maybe I was just overthinking. I finished cooking, trying to shake it off. The eggs sizzled in the pan, and the smell of them mixing with the rice was comforting, familiar. I plated it up, grabbed a fork, and went to sit at the PC like I always did. But when I looked at the computer screen, the clock in the corner of the monitor said 10:20. I stared at it, not wanting to believe what I was seeing. I picked up my phone again. 10:20. I blinked a few times, rubbed my eyes like maybe that would make a difference. But there it was, 10:20. Somehow, time had moved backward. Or at least, that's what it seemed like. I felt this strange mix of fear and confusion. My mouth was dry. The food in front of me didn't seem appetizing anymore. I sat there, the fork in my hand, watching the little clock in the corner of the screen. The second hand ticked away like normal. I watched as it went all the way around, watched as it ticked over to 10:21, then 10:22. Everything seemed normal while I stared at it. But when I looked away, even for a minute or two, the time wouldn't make sense when I looked back. At one point, I checked the time after what felt like 10 or 15 minutes of sitting there, trying to figure out what was happening. The PC and phone both said 10:14. Later, they showed 10:13. I started writing all this down, typing it out on the PC, hoping that keeping track would help somehow, or at least help me stay calm. My hands were shaking a little as I typed, and I kept glancing at the clock, watching it tick by normally when I stared at it. But every time I let myself get distracted, let my mind drift, the time would do something impossible. I thought maybe I was having a stroke or some kind of medical issue. I stood up, paced the room, checked my reflection. My face looked normal. I lifted my arms, touched my nose, recited the alphabet. Everything seemed fine. I wasn't dizzy or slurring my words, but the clocks kept playing tricks on me. I tried the internet. I opened a browser, went to a time website. The same thing happened. When I watched it, the seconds ticked by like they should. But if I switched tabs or looked away for a minute, the time would be wrong again when I came back. At one point it showed 10:18, then 10:24, then 10:16. I refreshed the page. Same thing. I can't explain the feeling that settled over me during that time. It was like being unmoored, like the ground wasn't solid under my feet anymore. I felt isolated, like I was the only one noticing this, the only one experiencing it. I thought about calling someone, but what would I say? Hey, my clocks are acting weird. It sounded crazy even in my own head. So I just waited. I sat there, watching the clocks, sometimes staring at them, sometimes letting myself look away, testing what would happen. I tried turning things off and on again, the PC, the TV. I unplugged the microwave for a minute, plugged it back in. Nothing changed. Time still slipped around when I wasn't looking. It went on for what felt like an hour, maybe more. And then, just as suddenly as it started, everything seemed to settle. The clocks matched. The PC, phone, microwave, even the wall clock all lined up. I watched the seconds tick by, and they made sense. I kept checking for a while, afraid to trust it. But it stayed normal. I never figured out what happened. I wasn't sick. No one else reported anything strange that day. My power didn't go out, nothing weird on the news. It was like my little pocket of the world had glitched for a while, and then smoothed itself out again. I still think about it sometimes, usually on slow mornings when I'm watching the clock tick by. I'll catch myself checking and rechecking, making sure time is behaving the way it's supposed to. And every time I see 10:21 on a clock, I remember that morning, and the way it felt like I'd slipped out of sync with the world. I never experienced anything like it again, but the memory of it sticks with me, quiet and unsettling, like a question I'll never be able to answer.